So let's just do an introduction here. And so we're going to start the conference soon. We're just taking a break. We started our pipe ceremony this morning. And unfortunately, Chris Kramer can't make it today. But we're going to try every way to get him to on Zoom somehow once we get in touch with him. So we're going to start soon. We're just taking a break. We're going to take 5 more minutes and then we'll be right back. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I just want to say thank you everybody for coming out today. Appreciate your presence. And my name is Mike Patterson. I've been interacting with the family of Sasquatch since 2012. I had my first vocal encounter actually here in the GTA, the top end of the city, which I would have never guessed in a million years, and that's where my life changed and put me on this journey. So it was my interest in nature photography that I believe was the catalyst for my introduction into the world of Sasquatch research. Years of interactions would later help me reflect back to the start of my journey and help me realize that I was most likely being watched. I believe the Sasquatch were pleased with how I interacted with nature's inhabitants. My experience over the years has shown me that Sasquatch are in the midst of selecting humans for contact. A personal experience which I believe was given by their collective told me, soon your people will know. And that, it was basically a vision that they gave me. I had just woken up in bed and there was a vision of dozens of them walking across an open meadow all in the same direction, and I got these words, soon your people will know. So was basically deduced that is they are exposing their existence to the human race at this time. So we are in the midst of a reveal. I'm one of those fortunate enough to have been given a rare glimpse into a mystery that very few get to experience. My journey has shown me that they're an ancient human type who I believe hold the key to understanding consciousness, our true reality, and our true history. They're a people who have chosen to connect with humans on an individual basis, and they have much to share with us. Just some of my photos that I've taken over the years. So I would be spending time in the woods by myself with my camera, chasing nature and looking for photo ops. So there is an intelligence beyond the confines of our visual and audible parameters that has remained hidden from the human race by choice. My personal experiences have shown me we are in the midst of a great reveal. Vocalizations and speech. It would be close to 8 months after my initial visit to a private property in the Kawartha Lakes region of Ontario that they would allow their vocals to be heard in a big way. It's been interesting to see the reactions to the vocal recordings I've captured and posted publicly. The reactions vary from joy, laughter, fear, some are brought to tears, and even anger as some express their denial at my claims of their authenticity. Regardless, I continue to post the ongoing accumulation of my recorded Sasquatch vocals publicly. Never before has anyone involved in this subject shown their vocals at that level of articulation. There were even a number of consecutive visits that involved direct verbal communication. Never before had anyone shown Sasquatch to verbalize English. While many would assume that they were just mimicking, it would eventually become clear that this was not the case, that they were speaking in multiple languages, some English, some native-sounding dialect, Asian-sounding dialect, and more. I was even given in writing a specific language spoken at that location that to date I've not been able to decipher. I hope at some point that an expert in ancient language can study my audio recordings and gain some insight into the different dialects being spoken. So I usually leave this part to basically the end of the presentation, but I wasn't sure how my time would be handled here, so I thought I'd put the vocals up front this time. When it first started, this property that I was invited in to investigate, Dwayne, the property owner, we would put a mic stand just like this. We'd run it outside and leave a live mic out there, and this is how it started with the vocals. So this is the voice of Nefertia. This is his name. And he would go up to right up to the mic stand outside and do this. Do that once more. And then things got a little more intricate. The vocals basically started in May of 2013, right at the very start of May. So this was, I think, the second week after the vocals. This is a distant vocal from, it might be Neff or one of his family members, of course. Now I'll play these shorter ones twice. Some of Neff's speech. Hopefully that's not too loud for you guys. This one's a bit over the top. This was after a full night of activity, 5:30 in the morning. Oh shit, sorry. So it was back in 2012 that I first started visiting. This night, this was in December, and I remember we were getting roars off in the distance, and I went to take a few steps closer because I wanted to get I wanted to hear it better. I took a few steps, and I turned around because it scared the hell out of me. And there's a dog barking in the distance in this, and then you clearly hear the roar from one of the adult males. I was standing outside of Dwayne's cottage, so I swung the door open. He was indoors there, and I just like, wow. This is the first time they called my name, and he's done it many times since. This was given in March 2015, and he's talking about a few different subjects in here, but at the end he clearly says we love you, and at the very end he actually says achoo. I was having an allergy attack that night, so he's kind of making fun of me there. That still affects me, obviously, to this day. This is another kind of lengthy piece. I threw this on at the last minute.
Hey, buddy. This is Peter. How are you, my friend? Oh, he's right here. Wow, this is amazing. Oh, my God. Hello, my friend. I'm so happy you're doing this. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Wow. I love you, buddy. Marble. Marble. You're saying marble. Thank you, my friend. Oh, man. Wow. Oh, thank you, my friend.
And I have one more page here of some more recordings. So Dwayne, the property owner, and myself, we used to take turns stepping outside. For the longest time, he wasn't really calling out. You know, when Dwayne was out there, it could have been a fear thing on his part, I'm not sure, on Dwayne's part. There was a lot of fear in the beginning to work through, and I would step outside, Neff would call out to me, and so Dwayne went out this night, and there was a bit of wind and noise, and when you're walking in snow, kind of muffles the sound a bit. So Neff yells out, and he thought he heard him, which he did. So this is that piece. And a piece with Dwayne and myself and Neff calling it. And you can tell by at that point, you know, it barely affects us. You know, all the fear is gone. So this is a male and a female speaking simultaneously. So all these vocals are from the same family. And more of Neff speaking some language while he's banging on my car roof. This one here, there had been activity going on outside. Dwayne was indoors, so I had told him, you know, hey, Neff's out here. So you hear him come out the door, lights a cigarette, and I put a recorder close to him in front of him, and he asks if Neff will speak, and he ends up calling my name. Right there with us.
One recorder right there. Yeah. Can you try find out here? Yes. Holy shit. Yes, my friend. That's a hoop. Where are you, buddy? That's a hoop. That's a deal.
And this is the very first time that, it was actually the very first time he tried to say flower and he couldn't control his voice, so he laughed at himself. Structures and tree breaks. Structures that look human-made are something that are a common occurrence found in areas that may have Sasquatch presence. Sometimes they're built right next to trails that humans tend to frequent. My own thought is they're purposely placed there to entice curiosity, to give a soft exposure of their presence. While most humans will likely walk right past them without a second thought, some will question and wonder and perhaps even start their own journey searching for answers. I've documented many structures in numerous locations over the years, some of which have given me experiences showing Sasquatch presence with changes happening to them literally overnight that were highly unlikely the result of human construction. This is basically in the very first location where I had my close vocal encounter, top end of the city here. That's where my life changed. That one's up in Neff's home area, up north. This one's down here in the city with an orb next to it. Some of these were shown to me by a friend of mine, Leanne, who's also involved in this subject. She's documented hundreds of these structures. That's Leanne standing underneath one. It's right over top of a trail. This one was actually in the Brampton area, and I had taken Leanne there, and when we came out of there, we were standing in the parking lot having a chat before we left, and suddenly a small stone hits a steel sign right beside us. So when you see some of these structures with cut ends, a lot of people dismiss that, right, as human-made. It's not necessarily the case at all. That's John Bindernagel, 40-year wildlife biologist involved in the subject. John's a pioneer in the field. He's basically standing where I had my first close vocal encounter. And I took him in the area there. It's basically a four-way crossing trail there. And it was interesting, there was a fresh tree break there, and that tree is alive too. Also in the same region. I took John in there, showed him a whole bunch of structures that I had found. This is it, also in the same area. The markings on the trees are just from the local maintenance, but I can't see them doing that. Prints, hands and feet. That's my footprint on the left next to Neff's. So I found out he was 17 years old when this started. His foot has grown significantly over the years. There's 4 casts on the left side of that table. Those are all Neff, showing growth over the years. If anybody wants to take a look, I just ask that nobody pick them up, please. And thank you. This is a piece of film footage from last winter. So I had just gotten to Dwayne's cottage. He was indoors. First thing I do when I get out of my car, there's snow on the ground, I'm looking for prints. There was no prints. So I'm bringing some of my equipment up to, up the front steps, up to the door, and as I walked up the steps, there was a wood knock from maybe 50 feet away. So I go in, I say, hey, hey Dwayne, I just heard a wood knock. And I'm talking to him less than a minute. So I come back outside, and I go down the stairs, and suddenly there's 10 footsteps, fresh, just left.
Saturday, January the 6th, 2024, and I just got here at 3:30 in the afternoon. Dwayne here about 20 minutes before me, so he'd gone here to, he was shoveling off the steps and that, and he had to go inside and light a fire and stuff, so I had made one trip from my vehicle to bring my stuff in, and I heard a wood knock, just, right close by, and then I come out to get my stuff again, and I come back, I would have seen these. So there's 8 footprints here. And if you see, they're right left, haven't walked there yet. They circled the tree here. Last one's there, you can see the heel mark right there. So these just happened. And if you look, they're all in a tightrope walk. So I'm going to sit down here now. I don't know whose prints these are, obviously from a younger family member. Definitely not them. Oh, that's right.
I don't collect their hair anymore. I give nothing to science.
Man. This is a gift on arrival. Love when this happens. Amazing.
Just a couple shots showing the prints. That's my foot on the right side. Sometimes I take my shoe off to show the comparison, just the difference in the shape. Again, that's my foot on the right, Neff's on the left. I had just gotten to the cottage and there 5 minutes, took some equipment up into the inside, and I come out and there's this adult print waiting for me. I tried casting it, but I put too much water in it and lost that. That one's 6.5 inches on the width, very wide. This was from the big guy. He hadn't shown his print till March 2015, and that's when there was some stuff going on with trespassing and stalking and that. And that's the same night that We Love You audio was given, and the first time the big guy showed his 20-inch footprint. You can see my boot mark on the left. It barely makes a dent. It's all ice there and frozen gravel underneath. That's a single 17-inch print just coming out of the Dwayne's pathway there onto the road, placed right there where we would see it. This was in California. I'd gone with a friend of mine, Sonia Zohar, to visit her, so I spent some time up there, and we stopped by a riverbank, and I came across this trackway. There was, a smaller individual that left a tightrope walk. And what was interesting, when we left, we went to another place in the Mendocino overnight where we had some activity, and then when we came back, we stopped at this spot again the next day. And what was interesting, that stick that's laying there had been picked up and placed on the left side of the trackway, basically telling us, we know we're watching you. They do that sort of thing. They're very good at letting you know. I've used my vehicle quite often for interactions, and they've left a lot of marks on there. There's a handprint that's likely from Neff and a smaller family member on the right there. That's a different visit. This one, I leave the camera on the table in the kitchen, and Dwayne was in the kitchen. It's an open area. I was sitting on the couch, and he looks over, and I had asked to see the young one's prints that night. He looks over, and he sees these marks on the camera. So we walk over, and we're staring at it. There was actually condensation on those prints, and we watched them dry up in literally seconds. So they just happened, and then left these two oily fingerprints. There's a lot of activity that goes on indoors. This was this past winter too. Ninyan had left his two prints, probably about 15 feet apart, and he gave a hand mark as well. And Dwayne and myself, we were outside when it happened. It was basically behind our backs. The shot on the right, that's my footprint on the left. That's a 18-inch print that appeared. I'd gone up to the gift tree. At that time, we were gifting outdoors. And when I came down, just a few minutes later, there's a fresh 18-inch footprint waiting. This cast is actually on the table there. That's a 16-inch print from Neff. I've documented, I thought it was 6 inches over 10 years. I believe it's probably still 4. It was just the substrate at the time, the snow. The last print that looked 18 that I got from it was the end of the winter, so the snow didn't give a proper reading on that. That one is proper reading on the length, not the width. And this is also on the table there. There's actually cast copies. If anybody's looking for them, I do have some up there that I'm parting with. So this was laser scanned by Jeff Meldrum, John Bindernagel, and Les Stroud on television. And they were looking at hoax prints. And what was interesting was they laser scanned it, and then they left the result hanging. They didn't say anything. But I can guarantee if it was a hoax, they would have been all over it, and they would have said something. There's been a lot of denial over my evidence, over my activity that I've experienced and documented. It's been a battle dealing with quite a few people. So at one point I had asked Dwayne, I said, take photographs behind you, when you're, point your camera behind you. So he was going up the stairs when this happened, and he had taken a photograph, and that's actually an arm. I believe it's Neff's arm, reaching over the snowmobile, leaving a marble, which I found in between two snowmobiles. And there's a bit of a closer view on it. I believe they can show themselves in part or in whole, from my experience. There was one visit where I was sitting in a chair, and I had this it was dark outside, Dwayne sitting beside me, and it was a dark, smoky substance. It happened like right there in front of my face before he put his hand over my face. And I didn't even flinch, I was comfortable with it. And then I told Dwayne what happened, and I had said it was darker than dark because I could see this dark smoke right in front of my eyes in the dark. And then it happened to him, and he understood what I was talking about. He had his mouth open at the time, so he got caught with a kind of a mouthful of hair. The mainstream narrative. So my experience shows that Sasquatch are a flesh and blood human type. There is, however, much more than meets the eye, and anyone who gets close enough to experience their presence at a level of contact will see there's much high strangeness and intelligence that comes with their presence and activity. Ongoing encounter incidents with their species will reveal abilities that shatter our illusion of reality and delve deep into the unknown. Personal experiences show me that the Sasquatch have mastered both energy and consciousness at an incomprehensible level of understanding. It's partly this reason why I believe there's a persistent effort by some to keep a lid on the facts of the matter. Science should be all over this, but it breaks the rules. There are some serious implications with this discovery. This is not a discovery, it's a reveal. The orbs and high strangeness. With Sasquatch presence and ongoing contact experiences come much high strangeness, including orbs, other related light phenomena, EVPs, apports, manipulation of electronics, including audio recorders, cameras, video cameras, even phones, and more. I've had my phone hijacked a couple of times by the young male in the family who's actually sent out some rude texts that I had to account for. My own situation has developed to even having gained written communication, and telepathy is a periodic occurrence. I've personally witnessed an extreme amount of incidents that I tend to think most humans would say is impossible. While I've always been open to their existence, if someone had told me prior to my journey that Sasquatch could disappear into thin air or vocalize inside your head loud and clear, I'd have laughed and thought you were crazy. Personal contact with their people will change even the most skeptical of minds, and at this stage I'm far past belief I'm a true knower due to extensive first-hand contact experience. So I would sit on this road. I got this spot where I like to pitch my tent, and I'll sit out there sometimes and I'll take my camera and I'll just take photo after photo after photo, like one after another, and it'll be like this, and it's dead still. Like this night was dead still, no breeze whatsoever. There's a lot of nights up there like that. There was no moisture. It was just perfect, beautiful night. I'm taking photos, I'm getting nothing, and then suddenly I get that. Just shows up and then it's gone. This is one of my, probably my favorite orb shot that I've captured. Dwayne captured that one. It actually has a curved tail on it, he didn't see it when he was photographing it, just taking random photos. This is on his property. This here, we don't know what it is. It showed its face in the window. I was not there this visit. He was there with another family member. Dwayne was outside when this happened, and he was, I think he was getting wood or something, and he comes in, and the other family member had said he heard a tap on the window, tap, tap, and looked around. He saw this face, and Dwayne said, yeah, okay, yeah, right. Then it happened again. Dwayne managed to snap one photograph, so I've kind of enhanced it a little bit to pull it out. The eyes are just big black almond eyes. Imposed imagery. And that photo right there that showed up on one of the cameras looks like almost like an orb coming out of an eyeball or something. So these are photographs that would appear on my camera, and I wasn't present for all of them, but I was for some of them. In real time, I would have this camera sitting on the table in front of me, and I'd be periodically checking it, and sometimes new images would appear right when I'm sitting there. It hasn't left my sight. I get all kinds of strange images. I remember when this one showed up, and I put it in a video, and Dwayne said, you sure you want to put that out there? Because I knew it was just going to be, a lot of mouths flapping there, because it's indoors. It's funny, too, there's no paneling inside Dwayne's cottage, so we don't know where that showed up from. This, they tend to hide their face. I believe that's Neff's hand. I believe that's the same hand that was reaching over the snowmobile. That's a half a head with an eyeball showing. At first, I would get a lot of these eyeball shots. And, if you look at, they have a lot of humor, so I don't know what they're photographing. If this was something, an inanimate object, I tend to think it wouldn't have that little extra on the, on the end of the eye. I would think that it would just be all circular. I don't know, though. This shot was interesting. So I'd leave a point-and-shoot camera on the table, and this image came up. It's basically looking through the lens. I can see the stove in Dwayne's kitchen at his cottage. But what's interesting, it's showing the internal mechanism of the camera. It's impossible, basically. It's an impossible shot. I tried to recreate it. They're basically showing the guts of the camera. I don't know how, but it's bizarre. You could try this all day long and you could not recreate this photo. They would even give me little short clips of video. I think this one has got some noise in the background, which is a television, but just movement of hair. Do that once more. And there's another one here. Once more. So they would manipulate all of my electronics. When I found out they know how to use a phone, that was crazy. I even got a voice message. The first time they messed with my phone, I made a joke with Dwayne about, watch, next they're going to leave me a voice message. On the way home, I looked at my phone sitting beside me in my vehicle, and the light was flashing. And there was no information. My phone has never done it before or since. It didn't say private number or anything. It just, no information. I tried to get information out of it. Nothing. And they had left me a vocalization on the phone. I don't have that on here, sorry. Their humor. So we're dealing with an intelligence that displays much humor. They're the epitome of don't judge a book by its cover, a term I use often. I can't be more adamant about that. It's consistent and persistent. It's a general behavior trait of their activity displayed throughout their people. Sasquatch are tricksters. My experiences have always shown a light-hearted humor, never any malevolence in their antics, a pile of leaves in my bag of clothing or a stick placed in my drink while I turn away for just a brief moment, an egg in my boot, or items that disappear in return. Their pranks are always with humor that leaves a smile or gives a good laugh. They're happy people who have been adamant about love and happiness in their written communication. They're not swayed by manipulation tactics as we are. I believe there are no lies among their people due to their cognitive abilities. Their understanding of consciousness would expose any lies. I would come out sometimes and see stuff placed on my car roof. I came out one morning to find this. The black thing on top, I run microphones through my sunroof. And I would ask for handprints, so sometimes they would get funny and draw them. That's a potato covered in some cream stuff that I found in my shoe. This is the only time I've caught a marble in a port out of thin air. This is Chris Munch. He made the movie Letters from the Big Man. It depicts their people as closest to the truth as anything out there. And Chris got an invite. There's only been really a couple people invited, since the start of all this. My nephew more recently, but Chris was given an opportunity. He spent 3 nights on location. He witnessed this marble that I'm going to show you, and also one indoors that appeared right in front of him, dropped to the floor, and other activity. You could hear. We were sitting in chairs. You could hear them walking around us, and it was. He left with some good experiences.
Okay.
Yet another phenomenon that I had the chance to observe while I was here was some of the markings that were left on Mike's car, Mike's somewhat dirty car, the handprints. But what struck me about one of the handprints in particular was that the oil apparently in the skin was transferred to the metal of the car and stayed there in such a way that Mike's handprint, which was also on there for comparison purposes or for control, was much more easily washed away. The oil remained, and as a result of that, the dirt mixed with it.
And Chris just got a marble, right? Right now.
Was literally from the sky.
This just happened right now. There you go. Thank you, my friend.
Common occurrence around here. Anyway,
Oh, sorry about that. That was basically it. Just some of the marbles that I've gotten, over the visits. All different sizes, and there was one visit, I think it was last winter. I was checking my car. I'm standing this much space between me and my car, and I had 10 clear blue marbles basically bounce off me and land on the ground. Drawings and written communication. So written communication has been developed since early 2013. Started with a whiteboard with a marker left in the woods. That brought success, so it was continued just outside the cottage at the front door where with a notepad and crayon. I had written "friend" on the pad, and when it was retrieved, there were new markings on the paper. That would develop to a point where I purchased a small chalkboard and a sketch pad with a Sharpie. The written communication would move indoors where much of the activity has consistently shown up. The activity to date has been ongoing since it started back in late 2012. We've gifted throughout our involvement, and gifting at this point is all done indoors. Leaving the chalkboard and sketch pad on the kitchen table has become part of my routine. Questions are asked both out loud and written down. There's been much success using this method to communicate with their family. I've been given many drawings and answers to questions over the years, even some highly controversial questions that have brought some interesting responses. So I don't know how many visits we've made, but since this started, we've had activity on 100% of the visits since day one. This is one of the first things that Neff had given me. I'd done a drawing and I'd signed it, and I'd asked him if he could do the same, if he'd give me a drawing and sign it, and this is what I was given. Were your people here before humans? Yes. Did Nephilim still exist on earth? Yes. And I've asked them, are your people Nephilim? They said no. Do you have any DNA connection to Nephilim? No. This has to do with invisibility. Something I've been trying to figure out. This is one of my main goals, to figure this out, because I've been told we can do this anywhere like they can. And it has to do with 3 dots in a triangle. I know that that is connected to a dimension. I haven't figured it out yet. You know, they try to convey it in so many ways. They don't give the answer just like that. It's like I got to work for it. So that drawing on the sketch pad, it's basically, I don't know if it's a language or if it's some sort of equation or what it is, but it is related to being able to disappear into thin air. And I know that we can do that. There was an incident years back in the beginning that happened, that somebody disappeared. We don't know how it was done, but a couple of the people come running indoors and said somebody disappeared, and I went outside and said, "Ah, he's right there." You know, they woke me up, and then we realized years later that no, he actually disappeared. So we know it can be done. This says go there, and that has to do with this other dimension, which is a safe place. And this is something where they hide. I don't know if they hide in that one, but it's basically a safe place that we can't be touched. This is another drawing related to that. Those 3 dots in a triangle. And they put a happy face beside it. They've also drawn, I don't know if I have it on here, with basically a kind of a demonic face with horns on it, and it has a sad face. And it has to do with this, basically pointing to this other dimension. And we figured out last visit that it has to do with their safety, that whatever demonic entity or whatever is trying to get to them, it cannot get to them there. So it's a safe place for them. That's right out front of Dwayne's cottage on the road where all that happens, all the activity happens. We don't really have to go into the woods. It's all out in the open basically, and indoors. Way back in the beginning, I was going up the hill on the left there and pitching my tent when the weather was good. This was back in February 2013. Dwayne and I had gone to another part of the property. We were checking things out, and his girlfriend was still in the cottage when the big guy showed up. And that's a split screen with the same shot, a week apart. So I had gone back a week later with them and stood in the same spot. It's not, you know, it's not the easiest shot to make out. You can see his bend at his knee there, and it was taken through from the kitchen. So sadly, it locked onto the screen. And then the next visit, you know, I put the lens right up to the screen. It basically cancels the screen out. I tried to align that as best as I could with all the trees and how close everything was. Might not be perfect, but so that put him roughly about 11 feet tall, and Lori at the time said he was hunched. She said she got to watch him for about 5 minutes, and he told her, take the picture, which was done telepathically. That's Neff. So those 2 shots are taken seconds apart. They're cropped and put together to show the facial differences. I've taken a lot of flack over these. I sat on these for almost 3.5 years before I was told to show them. Dwayne had stepped outside, and it was back in, I think 2019, December 2019. He'd stepped outside, it was almost midnight, and he heard a giggle. So we've been having this go on for long enough, so he knew something was going on. So he took his phone and he pointed and took a shot. He usually hears his phone the shutter go off on his phone. It didn't, so he took a second shot. And there's clearly facial differences, expression. He's grinning in one and a full-on smile in the other. The smile shot was taken first. The one on the left was second. If you look at the one ear that shows them both shots, you can see the light changes in that. They have a lot of oil in their skin, which I showed you from the markings on my vehicle. So I believe that's a reflection of oil and light on his skin. So he actually, he's posing. He allowed that to be taken. When that shot first happened, I asked, do you want that put in a video for the world to see? And they had written, not yet. So I dropped it. There was a couple of times where images were imposed on my camera that were close-ups of these shots, and they were partial. And I'd asked, oh, you want, maybe you're giving me these to put these out. And they said, the first time they said no. And then the second time they did it, I had asked again, and that was almost 3.5 years later, and they said yes. And I was surprised, okay, I get to put these out, this close-up selfie shot, basically. And then it was shortly after that I was told to put these out. That's it. Thank you very much for your undivided attention. If anybody has any questions, happy to answer. Gord?
Thank you for bearing and sharing. I just wanted to know if you experienced any smell.
Yes. Actually, I've learned that they create smells. They turn them on and off like a light switch. They create different smells, and they can recreate smells. So I've actually been sitting at the table, and it's the young guy Ninyan. So I've actually felt a little mini tornado whirlwind of crap go up my nostril, him being funny. Dwayne's sitting right there, can't smell anything, and then he reverse it and give it to him and not me. So I've smelled that. I've smelled nice smells, nice wood smells. It's legal, so one night Dwayne had a little thing from a dispensary he bought, some black hash, and I opened the lid and took a smell. Smelled beautiful. Close the lid up. That's sealed, right? That's government issued. Take a nap later on, and I woke up just to the waft of that in my face. He actually recreated that smell. I've smelled sulfur from him. This is where some people might think it's demonic or something. It's not. So there's been perfume type smells. So there's been both pleasant and putrid smells. So I have learned they turn them on and off like a light switch, and they can actually give them to a person individually in a group setting as well. Greg?
What is the purpose of those TV structures?
I don't know. My guess is the ones that are built close to trails or right next to trails, I think it's a soft exposure to get our curiosity, because they are in the midst of a reveal. So I believe it's, just to entice us to maybe start questioning and looking into things. I'm sure there's probably multiple different reasons for them. I don't know what they are, but that's my guess for some of them anyways. Oh.
Sorry.
No, all good.
Do you have any sort of ritual or way of getting their attention before you have these conversations or written communications?
This situation, when I approached it, I was pretty much like everybody else, banging on trees and yelling in the woods like an idiot. And over time, I saw the intelligence I was dealing with, and it just, progressed and developed over time. So I don't have any ritual per se. It's just a thing that has developed, over time, and things have been integrated, like the written communication is just kind of spur of the moment, and then it stays and we develop it. They're with us every visit, and I've learned once you connect to them, doesn't matter where I go, that they have shown me again and again and again. They know that I had this certain sequence of knocks way back in 2008. Bang, bang, bang. I had that happen on my window the other week. I was given it telepathically in one ear in the backyard before one of them walked right in front of us. So they do things to show that they know things that we do throughout our lives, and I don't know how they know all this, but once you connect to them, they're with us.
So they gotta seek you out, so you seek them out.
Yeah, I don't really, I don't look for them. You know, I might go for a walk in the woods and I talk to them. I talk to the woods as like they're listening. They might be, they might not be. I have used audio recorders from day one, and it has really given me a lot of schooling on their presence and that. There's so much that I would not know they are there if not for the audio. And I've probably listened to more audio, Sasquatch audio, than anybody on earth at this point. So I put multiple recorders out. If I record 8 hours one night on one recorder, I got 2 recorders going, I got 16 hours of listening, plus because I'll go backwards and listen to things over and over. But the sounds, I've learned their sounds, and it's been consistent, you know, in different locations, you know, at home or wherever I go. Right, so you know, it's been a big learning curve, and always learning, right? And Dwayne and I have had this motto: always something new. So they're always giving something new. It's, you know, it's never a dull moment with them. Yeah.
So you're saying that you were grateful for the recorders, otherwise you would have missed some stuff.
Oh, a lot.
Is it that you only heard it when you played back, or you were hearing it actually as you were walking, or was it like more like an EVP that it made you hear?
I've had them all. So the recording I'll run through the night. I'll run multiple recorders through the night, go to bed, then, you know, I'm listening back to what I didn't hear, you know, when I'm sleeping. EVPs, I've had them vocalize right in my ear, outside, indoors, and also in real time where, you know, I've documented verbal communication with them and have my recorder running. So all of that. Any other?
Mike, I see the Fender T-shirt. Is there any response to music?
Yes, actually. So I have friends that I play music with. I used to have a rehearsal place in the city here, and we had numerous incidents with them showing up, including giving smell one night, a couple nights actually. And there was one time I put a recorder out, you know, to capture a riff that just came up or something, and I remember we weren't ready. I turned the recorder on, and the guys weren't ready, so I shut it back off. There was a 6-second file there, and when I played it back, there was a Sasquatch vocalization on it. There was orb activity captured in the room. There's been other numerous incidents. There's been my bass player, a friend of mine, that I'm practicing with regularly. There's been 3 incidents show up there. The most recent, just a few weeks back, which was interesting. I had a guitar pick sitting on a guitar cab right beside where I play, and I remember we were standing just talking, nothing, no sounds coming out of the speakers, and I don't even use that cab. It's just sitting there as a beer placement basically, and suddenly I hear the pick hit the floor, and it's like, that shouldn't have done that. And I looked everywhere, it wasn't there. And when I went to put my guitar back in the case, the pick was actually inside the case. So there's been numerous incidents over the years where they show up, when we're jamming. So
Any preference?
I don't know, man, I'm a rocker, so that's what they get. Nick?
You described how the marble started appearing, and how
Yeah. So there's been hundreds of incidents of witnessing marbles out of thin air. I basically come home with marbles every visit. But there were two visits, two consecutive visits where the first one I was sitting at the kitchen table and I had turned my head for a second. They knew where my gaze was, and it was at arm's length they did this, and I suddenly saw a marble, just a little piece of it, start to appear. And they slowly pushed it through basically it looked like a wormhole, and I saw it get bigger, and I watched this, and it popped through and dropped to the floor. I had the audio running outside, the window was open, so it captured my reaction. So they actually allowed me to witness a marble slowly get pushed through empty space and pop into this dimension. And then the next visit, when they did it, I was actually bent over putting my shoes on, and they did it in that space, where my face was, between my face and my shoes, and they did it again. So yeah, they allowed me to see that. Most of the time, there's been many times where it happens right in front of our face, but you don't see that split-second moment where, it comes through, even though it might land right in your hand. I had one incident where I was sitting in the chair outside, and I had put an image in my head. I had my hands clasped, sitting in my lap, and I put an image in my mind of a marble dropping into my hands. And it happened so fast, I don't even think my thought had just, my thought it was instant. And their response time, and Dwayne had made a interesting remark that possibly they see our thoughts in our subconscious before they even reach our conscious mind. That's how fast they are, their response time at things. And it's been consistent over the years, seeing their response time to things. It's virtually like, how the hell can you guys be that fast? It's mind-boggling.
What did that wormhole look like? Was it light?
No, it's basically, it looked like pretty much like you might see in a textbook.
Like dark?
Yeah, just like a spiral kind of wormhole.
Without color?
No. It's hard to recall that back exactly. I just remember it looked like a wormhole, and this marble had been pushed through.
Yeah, I'm reading that book from Sunbow, and they talk about their individuality, but not quite there yet. But it's interesting that you have that picture of the dimensional thing that they do. They go to another, we call it metaverse anyway. It's almost it's 2D, basically. I don't know that. It's very interesting.
And we can go there too.
Pardon me?
And we can do that too.
Yeah.
This is my goal in life, to learn how to disappear into thin air.
Oh, man, about 20 years ago, I thought I'd make this up, but
All right. Any other questions? We're good? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. If you have any questions for later on, we have a paper back there to write your questions down, and that'll be for tomorrow for the panel, in case people can't make it tomorrow, and we'll have that list of questions for tomorrow for all of us to answer those questions. So if a question comes up later on, just write it down, and whoever's for, just say their name, the presenter, and then we'll ask those questions tomorrow. So right now, I'm going to invite Derek Martin and Deb. And then after this, we're going to have James Bross on Zoom at 12 o'clock, and we ordered lunch. So lunch is on its way, should be here around 12 anyway, so we'll have lunch too. It's pizza, sorry about that. It will be pizza. Okay, so here's Derek and Deb.
Okay, so I'm Derek and this is Deb, and it was like in 2020, we joined this group on Facebook called Bigfoot Canada, which had, I don't know, like 100 members at the time. And the founder of the group reached out to us after a while and said, hey, we're kind of getting a lot of posts in here and I could use some help moderating it if you guys would like to help. And we were like, yeah, sure. I didn't know Deb yet, but...
I volunteered as tribute. I was like, I want to.
Yeah. So we kind of got to help shape what the group wanted to be. And if I was to sum it up, I would say it's a Canadian Sasquatch group with a very low tolerance for jerks, jokes, or baloney. We don't want people calling out other people on the group, or calling names or saying that's a hoax or that's BS or you don't know what you're talking about. We're all just trying to live our lives and have our experiences, and how can you tell me that my experience wasn't legit? And also, if you're going to call someone a hoaxer, you better have evidence to prove that they're a hoaxer. Or when someone says, oh, that's been debunked. Oh, really? Who debunked it? How did they debunk it? Because if you talk to this person, in real life, it sure seems like they're convinced that what happened was real to them. And a lot of people we've met have had a lot of stories that, if you've listened to podcasts on the topic, you get a sense for who's telling the real story and who's not. There are people who get incredibly emotional about it. And we wanted those kinds of people to be able to tell their stories without getting any flack for it or without anybody
No judgment.
judging them.
No judgment. Because we found when I started during COVID, I was not working and I was like, what am I interested in? So I started looking at Bigfoot groups, and the ones that I had joined was nothing but ridicule. I didn't feel like it was a safe place to share my stories. So I found Bigfoot Canada, and the founding member, Elena, sorry. I got to know her, and I felt like it was a safe place. You were moderating at that time, I think.
Yeah, I had just started, I think.
Yeah. And I shared my story, and the overwhelming response of positivity made me feel better that I wasn't crazy. And not that I really did think I was crazy, but putting it in a public forum like that, you don't know what kind of ridicule you're going to get. So when they were looking for someone to join, to moderate, I volunteered myself, and we all had a discussion about how we wanted our group to be a safe place to share stories, which makes us a little bit different. But because we grew so quickly, we now have 25,000 members. We needed a lot more moderators, and sometimes we just can't get to everybody. It's a lot of, it's like a full-time, part-time job sometimes.
Yeah, because it's not just the posts themselves. Some posts might get 100 comments, or they might get 70 comments in like 20 minutes. Mm-hmm. And we're at our day jobs or doing whatever we're doing in the day, and if you don't approve a comment or a post or something, then people are messaging you saying, hey, why isn't my thing showing up? And it's like, okay, we have to find some other people who are acting the way that we're acting on the site and approving or interacting with the kind of things that we approve of, and then ask them if they'd like to come and help moderate.
Yeah. We do, I call it squatch stomping. We have a low tolerance, and we boot quite a few people, actually.
Yeah.
Like a lot of people. But I also wanted to say, as a group, we decided honesty, be kind. We're always constantly reminding people, it's not nice to make fun of people. They're sharing their story. You can believe it or not, or you can scroll on. And
it could be the first time someone has ever shared their story, and if they get people trying to call them out right away, we don't want that, because they might not share anything else that's going on. So some of the things we don't approve are like posts where it's like, you know, an animated GIF of a Sasquatch with a party hat on. Like, we don't want any of that in the group. It's not taking the subject seriously, really. Or people trying to constantly get you, like they'll post a link to an article and the article's this long and then there's like buy our stuff all the way around it. So it really wasn't them sharing the article, it's sharing links to buy things. So we try to keep things for sale off the site. What else?
Another thing we do is we ask anyone who wants to post a link or a YouTube video, we always request, you know, we want more information from the person who's posting it, just not like a post. We want to know what you found interesting about it, what time frame in the video did you find interesting, and that actually helps prevent a lot of tomfoolery.
And thoughtless posting. Like,
Yeah.
a lot of times people just see anything about Sasquatch and try to post it in our group. And it's like, if you just put the link with no description, we're rejecting it automatically.
Because we don't have the time to watch the video, right?
That too. Yeah.
Yeah, well, sometimes. Okay.
Has anyone been on Bigfoot Canada, the group on Facebook? You're all invited now, but
Yeah, come on over.
also transparency. Like all these slides I have are basically pinned posts from the group. So like if someone does a post, you can pin it so it stays at the top and other people can read it. And the admins and moderators have done a bunch of pin posts over the years, saying, like specifying our rules for what you can post and we won't reject it, what you can't post because we will reject it. Like being very transparent with the group so that people can inform themselves and say, well, there's no point in me even trying to post this because they're going to decline it. Or, you know, setting the tone for the kind of interactions we want in the group. And just kind of, it's way easier to build the culture you want if you tell everyone what the culture is that you would like. And then people can kind of self-select out of that if they feel like, well, this isn't really my thing. I like groups with the jokes and with, you know, all that kind of stuff.
Another thing too, like when I first joined, I call them gun guys, and I don't mean it in an insulting way, but there was a lot of, oh, it's flesh and blood, it's a gorilla, it's et cetera, et cetera. So when I joined, I asked, can I talk about the spiritual side of Sabe? And all I know was, yeah, absolutely. So I slowly started posting more stuff about it. And I think we lost a few members because I wanted to talk about the spiritual side, meaning, you know, they come in spirit, they leave, etc. But now, there's really no problem about it anymore. Some people are complaining it's more woo, but it's like, it's spiritually.
Yeah. I think part of what we were looking for in the group is people who are open-minded, meaning they won't just write something off because they don't believe it. They might be open to hearing more about it. And certainly in the beginning, there were lots of people saying the interdimensional aspect is BS. Like, they're clearly flesh and blood, right? Like, I see the footprints, they're not spirit. Well, okay, like Mike mentioned several times, yeah, they can be flesh and blood and go somewhere else too. It's not like you only have to have one or the other. You know, you might hear about, or you might be able to be one of those people who can astral travel or do out-of-body experiences and things, and I think there's a lot of interrelation there. I'm going to talk a little bit about my own experience later, but I think there are a lot of things in common between everything we think of as paranormal or supernatural. Like ET encounters and UFO encounters and ghost encounters and Sasquatch encounters and things, there's a lot of overlap between them. And I think all those groups need to get together a little bit more because there's a lot about beings who want to interact with us here. And they have that in common. So regardless of what their physical form is, a lot of message overlap is coming through there. We also focus on saying state opinions as opinions, not facts. You know, we had Todd Standing join our group. Some people love him, some people hate him, but you know, they would just say, you're a hoaxer, your footage is garbage, this and that. And it's like, well, you don't have any evidence, so just...
We don't know the context.
We don't know the context. And if you want to say something like that, don't say, you're a hoaxer, Todd. Say, I think you're hoaxing. Like, that's your opinion. It's not a fact that someone's hoaxing. You might think they are because you don't think a Sasquatch would look like that. But also, what's your frame of reference? Like, how many Sasquatch have you seen? Do you know that none of them look like that? I don't know. So yeah, if you're going to say something as a fact, it better be a fact with evidence to back it up. Otherwise, just stand as your own opinion. And so yeah, these are kind of the things that we're trying to build into the group.
I was going to say sometimes we do our best. That's all I'm going to say. We do our best. We try to open people's minds and to think outside of the box or to see a different perspective, because as we all know, there is more than one perspective. Just like they say, you know, the truth, there's two sides. But you know what? There's actually multiple sides that you need to look at. And anything else you want to say?
No, I think that's it for now. And yeah, hopefully I'll talk to you more later.
Yeah. Thanks, guys, for listening.
Join our group, share your stories.
Thank you, Devin. I always kept my calling you Dan for some reason. But we have James Bross coming up at 12 o'clock by Zoom. James Bross, he's a filmmaker, works for paranormal. I was going to say Paranormal Rangers, but Outcast Paranormal. His group is called, he's from Florida. He made a documentary with the Omaha Nation red squatching called Sakanga. And it's available on YouTube. And James also made other films too with paranormal. And the bell is starting to move. So he made other documentaries. I watched them all on YouTube. They're pretty good. They're really good. I really enjoyed watching them. And James is one of our returning guests from last year, so it's really great to have him. So it starts at 12, so we got like a 10-minute break right now till our Zoom meeting starts. So if you need to use washrooms, there's some downstairs. Either take the stairs or the next stairs, and the downstairs go through the cafeteria there, and they're at the back to the left for the men's and women's washroom. And then there's one upstairs, just go straight down and then turn left, and then you're going to see the bathroom right there, in case you can't do the stairs. So lunch is going to be coming at around 12:15. It will be ready, but at that time James will be talking. So we'll just if you want to grab lunch while he's talking and come back in, you're more than welcome to do that. Just be mindful, moving the chairs and stuff. What else is there? Yeah, and I still haven't heard from Chris, so hoping, Chris, if you're watching, please reach out to me, call that number I give you, I call from. We're going to still try, we're not giving up. And later on, Derek, you're going to speak later? Okay, I added Derek because he's got so much to share. And so we're going to add him later on. We'll check, we're getting back on schedule as we planned according to the schedule. Just that we moved James up to 12, and then everything else will happen after that. So we'll get back on schedule. All right? So let's take a 10-minute break. There's a sacred fire outside. You could offer tobacco, offer your prayers, offer whatever you wish, and the firekeeper, once the Katukaheykano Johnny Moore, he's out there keeping fire with his Ashbarish. And Johnny Moore is from Treaty 9 territory, up where I'm from. So we've known each other for a long time. We know each other's families and things like that. So we go way back as well. So when I asked Johnny, he did not hesitate to keep fighting today for us. Even in the pouring rain this morning, he still lit it up, and we still got it going because ceremony keeps on going no matter what. Rain, because rain is, the water is part of our teachings as well, and the fire, they work well together, you know. So what else is there? Housekeeping. Feel free to look around the vendors. They got beautiful stuff, items, and the door prize. So the door prize, the tickets that you receive is for the door prize. Mike donated a footprint of Neff's, right, Mike? Yeah. Neff's. Sorry, could you tell them what you donated?
Oh, just a cast copy, and that's put here, and an article I'd written for Bigfoot. Oh, and marble. The marble has been in, I don't know whose hand, but Neff's family, one of their hands, and in another dimension.
So that's going to be the door prize today, and we're going to have another door prize later on. I'm going to I have a dream catcher there. I want to use as a door prize too. So keep your tickets, okay? Because we're going to use those same tickets for the second door prize, which is the dream catcher that I made. I haven't displayed it yet, but I will after this. So let's take a till 12 o'clock break. Okay, and we'll be back at 12, and I'll get James on Zoom here. Thank you. So here's the other door prize we're going to have this afternoon. After I speak, I guess we can draw for this one. Okay. Probably a minute. Okay, so we gotta get the Zoom, which I'm signed in.
Okay. Turn the mic off for those.
Okay. Continue. Where's the continue? Okay, continue. Okay. Okay, at 12 o'clock we'll launch that meeting. Oh, sorry.
Cool. Yeah, I'll just leave it sitting there.
Okay.
I think when you hit open, it's gonna
Okay.
launch it.
Oh yeah. Okay. All right. Thanks. Okay, I'm going to start the Zoom. I'm going to start the Zoom for James. Sorry about that, James. What is this? Hold on. He was waiting. Hello, James. Okay, hold on, I gotta get my tech guy because I can't hear you. Derek? Derek, are you here? Yes. Okay, can you help me with the sound? I can't hear James.
Can you hear me now?
Can you say something, James? Maybe I gotta turn off this mic.
Yeah, how about now?
How come we can't hear it?
It's going through our speaker for some reason.
Hold on, James. We're going through our speaker for some reason. We're trying to figure that out. Why? Maybe,
Where do we do this? Epson projector. Oh, speakers. Oh, it's on headphones or something. Say something, please.
Hello, hello.
yeah, we're not hearing you on the audio.
I mean, I can hear you just through the laptop,
Yeah,
but not the
I can hear
speaker
you through the
system.
laptop, but not.
Try the projector.
Maybe the microphone.
Try one more time.
Maybe this microphone.
Sound output. Where are the Zoom things?
Okay, sure.
I didn't know I would be the tech guy for today, so I was unprepared. Hello, hello again. Oh, I didn't hear you at all that time. Try that one now. Good, got it.
You got it?
Got it, all right.
Woo! Thank you.
Hot diggity. Okay.
Okay, do I talk to my phone? Hi, James. So we're here with people. So you're on a big screen. We can see you very clear up here, and we can hear you very clear now. So I want to get everyone's attention. We're going to have James Bruss do his presentation. And James, good to see you again.
Good to see you.
Yeah. And I know you have some new work on the way, and it's exciting. What you showed me, like earlier or yesterday, was very, very good. You know, I was really wow. I was really impressed with that, and I'll let you speak about that, what you're going to be working on. And so, what have you been up to lately? Can I get everyone's attention, please? Sorry, I can see people talking in the background. Can we get attention, please? So James could speak. I asked him a question, what he's been doing lately, and his upcoming projects that he has in the works, and what's coming. Okay. Are we?
Sure, you let me know when I need to jump in.
Okay. I can just hear her speaking. Thank you everyone for your patience. Thank you James for your patience too, and thank you for your time. We really appreciate your time and that you're going to be sharing with us. Okay. All right. Is there people outside, Diane? Okay, let's go because we only got James till about 12:40, and we'll get speaking. Hey, James, let's do this. So, what have you been doing lately, James? Since the last time we saw you in September 2020?
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. It's good to be here. Hello to everybody in Toronto. I'm down here in boiling hot Sarasota, Florida. For those of you, for a point of reference, I'm about 20 minutes from the Niagara River State Park, where we have a lot of reports, some famous cases of what we call a skunk ape down here. I made a few documentaries with some guys that you might recognize. RPG, who was a producer on Finding Bigfoot, and Stacy Brown Jr., who has some pretty famous thermal footage in North Florida. We had done a number of films together, and then more recently kind of broke off on my own. I think the last time we spoke, I had just gotten done making a film on the Native American reservation in Nebraska, right in the middle of our United States, there with a group led as Sasquatch, and their brothers, Barry and Derek Webster, some of you may be familiar with them, are two Omaha tribe members who really had always known about what they call Sitonga, or we would call Sasquatch up there, and for 15 years they've had direct interactions, culminating with a large white one that kind of runs the whole groups up there. He described maybe 30 to 35 individual Sasquatch, ranging from dark hair, brown hair, to tan, and he talked about how they paired off in groups, almost like a social construct, with the ones that are certain colored hair hung with light colored hair. But Ishagi, which means the old man in their native tongue, is all white, and Ishagi was clearly the leader, and these interactions that really one of the brothers, Barry, had based more on spirituality than knocking on trees or setting up trail cams. We're talking 40-minute face-to-face encounters, some pretty, like Mike describes, things that you wouldn't chalk up to a flesh and blood creature, but you would chalk up to, as they describe, ancient people that are spiritual in nature. So I've got a documentary on that. I've sent it to Judy, just a YouTube version, or you can go to Tubi, where it's free, versus the Amazon route. So if you go to Tubi and look up Sitonga, Citonga, Sitonga, Bigfoot, Spirits, and Faith, you can watch our full investigation and story on that. Now more recently, I partnered up with someone I know who's a filmmaker, and we literally, I'm talking days ago, got done in Florida here, investigating and interviewing more people. And I sent Judy some this is just fresh imagery, fresh videos of some of their evidence that they had. They had the Ocala National Forest is mid-Florida, but it's, if you look, it's like palm fronds, but then pine trees. It's a pretty unique area. It's a massive forest, and I've been up there. If you guys are familiar with a group called Small Town Monsters and their videos, they took us up and did a Beyond the Trail episode with us, where we heard these very clear knocks. I mean, clear knocks. And one of the guys on the team was a member of the Bluff Creek Project. So he's up in the heart of it in California all the time. He said, those are the clearest knocks I've ever heard. Well, when we got done with that, we walked back to our cars, and me and one of the team members were just shooting the breeze, looking out the tree line, and we saw a softball-sized blue ball of light just zip through the trees and vanish. And we have it on audio. It was like, what the hell was that? And we sat there for an hour just trying to debunk, right? What could that be? But the guy that took us up there, kind of our guide, said you'll see that associated quite frequently when you have Sasquatch in the area. There's these lights are always associated with it. And so long story short, the Ochiskicho National Forest is kind of a special place. And we got with this group last week, and we're up there, and they tried a technique of putting the camera behind, rear mounted, so that that's a theory, right? That if they know you're there, they're not going to present themselves in front of you or be visible, but maybe you'll catch them behind you. Well, they have a clip of infrared camera, rear facing, that in fast motion, you just see kind of a blur through these trees, that are 40, 50 feet tall. And you slow it down and you see something that's literally swinging from tree to tree that hits the ground and walks off. Well, I went up there to that exact spot in the daytime, and maybe Judy can share this later, but I walked back to the site, and for me, the initial video, I thought these palm fronds were 2 feet off the ground. These are over 6 feet tall, and then impenetrable for about 20 feet, and then the trees start. So there's no way to walk back in there. And then this figure going from the trees, when you do a size comparison, is actually much larger than me. And to swing from tree to tree, we were kind of trying to hold them. We couldn't reach, and it would tear your hands up, like just the force of a body swinging against the bark of the tree. So that's what's going on. I have no idea what you guys caught in there, but they have a whole history of interactions, and the area is a special place. So we're in the process of putting together that documentary. It'll take a little while. It's called Unknown Encounters, and it should be out probably, realistically, it'll be over 6 months, a long time to put this stuff together. So yeah, between, and what was fascinating to me is they didn't hear or see that at all. That's something they caught going through the footage. And so you would think you would have definitely heard something, but to Mike's point, and hello Mike, if you're out there, Mike and I have become friends, and I began talking with Mike some years back, and then as I go out and investigate these things, whether it's a Native American reservation or the Mayaca River State Preserve out here, which is like hundreds of thousands of acres, it's like a jungle, or the Ocala Forest up north. My experience has been, whatever I thought these may be, as far as just a flesh and blood creature, has been dispelled with the experiences I've had. And the blue ball in Ocala, but also the ones out there on the Native American reservation. It butts up to the Missouri River, and they took us out one night, and this is all on camera. They took us out one night, and as we were walked up to this dirt road, the dirt road, let's say this, is here in dead grass and then timber, and it's freezing cold. There's no vegetation on the timber. You can see everything. We're up there with trucks and milling around for 20 minutes before we turn the camera on. So there's definitely not going to be a deer or anything staying in that area. And we asked Barry, we said, how would you like us to approach trying to make contact? And he said, we're going to do what I do. And I said, well, what do you do? And he said, we pray. And we do it with the lights off, cameras off. I said, look, just cut the light off and cut the camera off, and out of respect, let's do what he does. So Barry begins to pray. as Barry's praying, we hear somebody walking 10 feet away. He got tall dead grass. It's very clear, just like a big man walking. And I don't say anything because I don't want to be the one to like, hey, did you hear that? But Barry stops praying, and I know he heard her. And he pauses, and then he starts praying again. Once he starts praying again, the footsteps start again. And this time, it's cold, so I take my hood off, and I'm thinking, maybe my ears are rubbing against my hood. Took it off, and I said, did you hear that? And Barry's like, yeah, it's them footsteps. So he begins to pray one more time. Footsteps continue. So at that point, we tell the cameraman, cut the light on. He cuts the light on literally 10 feet from us where whatever's walking there's nothing there. And so we're kind of baffled. And then Barry says, he kind of hits me with, say something. And so, me being the goofy dude I am, I didn't know what to say. So I said, hey, listen, we traveled a long way. I've been here before to meet Barry and spend a few days. I'm a friend. Could you let me know you're here? You can throw a rock at me. You can throw a stick at me. You can make a noise. Just whatever you want to do, let me know you're here. And the second I said that, I started vibrating on the inside. And I'm starting to freak out because I don't know what's going on. And so I'm kind of shaking, and it's 19 degrees, but I started sweating, and Barry turned to me and he said, are you okay? I said, something hit me, I'm not okay. And Barry in his native tongue, and a mix of English and his native tongue, is calling out to them and says, I told you I don't like it when you do this. Almost like they've talked about this before. You don't need to do this. You know James, he's been here before. That's just a light from the camera. That's Joey. You don't have to be afraid. So I'm trying to pull it together, and I'm still just trying. And then Barry has an idea. He says, I tell you what we're going to do. He's talking out to them. He said, I'm going to make a noise, and then you make a noise. And so he stomps on the ground really hard on the dirt road and says, okay, I made a noise, now it's your turn. And literally, the second after he said your turn, just off to my right, again, feet from our right, we hear this guttural grunt. And the cameraman is a skeptic about cracks of pants. He goes, what the hell was that? And Barry turns to me, like a knowing smile to them. He said, you wanted to see something? They're not going to reveal themselves 100%, but they're going to let you know they're here. And with the footsteps and the vibration and the grunts, they'll let you know they're here. So, but he acted like it was no big deal. Like this happens all the time. So we get back in the car, and I'm trying to piece this together. And we have another team out, RPG and Barry's brother and a cameraman are off in another area that they have activity. And they come across lights, and a set of lights that rise about 8 feet, and these other lights are popping up, and they described it as, their cameraman was also kind of a skeptic too. He said, I just never saw a light change from like amber to white to red to blue. I didn't know what was going on. He said there was just a lot of them. And so we sent them back the next day to make sure that where they were filming, it wasn't filming in a view overlooking the valley. There was house lights, maybe the trees waving, you see lights pop up. Well, they went back there the next day, and there's a hill, a rise, so you can't see past where the lights were. There is no visibility beyond out to the wild. So again, we were left scratching our head, and it kind of almost spoiled it all. We would have culminated in them taking us to these 100-plus-year-old abandoned houses on the reservation where no white dudes have ever been before, and they describe some some medicine man training, stuff that had gone on like a century before, and some bad things that happened at these houses. And they asked us to bring like paranormal equipment, and okay, and they wanted us to bring spirit box. And they had only seen it on TV. They said, we'd like to try this here because out here on the reservation on the homeland, it's all mixed together. The things that maybe you guys would call paranormal activity, it's all associated with Sitonga. Like, it's a mix, so we want to try this. So we bring the box in, and of course they hand it to me and say, you start it. And I'm standing by this, what was a window, now there's no glass. It's just an open frame leading to outside, and I'm right up against it. And I just didn't put a lot of stock in spirit box. But as we go, there's a few points where it says get ready. And it's a distinct voice. It's not like the radio on those spirit boxes where it garbles back and forth. It comes through, it says get ready. And I said, get ready for what? And it said, sit down. Sit down, and then I feel a push on my back. Not a hard push, just a tap on my back. And I kind of freak out. And we proceed again, and this happens 2 more times, but on the back of my leg. It feels like something pinched me. I just hand the spirit box off to RPG and said, your turn. I'm not comfortable doing this anymore. And when we got back to our cabin, my leg was burning, and I just dropped my pants and said, hey, there's anything on my leg. And there was a bright red circle on the back of my leg. And there's supposed to be nothing out there. Outside the window, it was just outside. So I went there just not being able to reconcile a lot of these things that happen to you. You can see on the film it is what it is. But talking to them, I can't bring it up here on camera out of respect for their confidence, but they have something that they claim will absolutely drop the mic on the whole subject and be conclusive proof. And we're still, when the time is right, they want to have us up there and maybe reveal that truth. It's complicated because you've got tribal council, you've got a homeland to consider. This isn't like if I was a farmer in my backyard and I happened to find something that I could just roll it out there. The tribal council, and I've actually heard through these conversations, are not really comfortable with it being known and maybe the attention that it would garner on their homeland. So it's a delicate situation. But for this kid that was just fascinated by the subject matter, to be able to experience that, it kind of changed my whole perception of what this could be and maybe what this is. Do I know? No, but I know my experiences. And I went up there fully expecting nothing to happen. And as time's gone on, I've had other subsequent experiences, like the blue orb in Ocala, we saw. And, Mike talks a lot about some of these other things, and when I experience some of the things that, because Mike's there, I'll refer to Mike, that Mike has experienced, I have to, someone would ask me, what do you think they are? It sounds like almost like an ancient people or race that has been here and has abilities we don't, and has almost like a spiritual connection that is good. So that's kind of just so that people know that's been my more profound experiences with dealing with Sasquatch, and in between I've had I go out here 20 minutes and investigate this area down here where they've had a lot of stuff happen, and I've kind of partnered up with a place called the Crowley Nature Museum and Preserve. And what the Crowley Nature Museum is, it's a recreation of an old Florida homestead where they bought in a house from the 1800s. They've got a museum to show us what life was like back here for the kind of the settlers. And they've got cows and pigs and animals, so it's really cool. But it butts right up to, it is really National State Park still. And this whole area has a history of same type of encounters. In fact, when Finding Bigfoot, Pat Camacho was on, came to Florida for one of her shows, they went to an undisclosed location. That's the location that they went to. So the CEO or the curator of Crowley, I featured her on this next documentary. She kind of gives me full access. She'll let me go out there and investigate stuff in her clothes. And she's a wildlife biologist, so she's the pure science. You got to show me. But I get calls. I got a call from her within the last 2 years, and she took me out to a portion of the area that the land that's on, and it butts right up to the river. And on the riverbank, there's deep mud. It's like really muddy. And you see these big holes where cows walk, not within 10 feet of the river. And then 4 feet from the actual water from the river, no broken mud around it, are just two prints, two large human-looking prints. And she, as a biologist, she called me about that and said, can you come check it out? This is really weird. So I get out there, and it's weird. It almost looks like someone was dropped from an helicopter and then just suspended there and said, okay, make those imprints and we're going to lift you back up. There's nothing around it. So I cast them and didn't know what to make of it. So she had me talk to a Seminole medicine man that she knew, because the land that the preserve is on was indigenous before. And so she worked with the local tribe to maybe recreate the same as they did with the old Florida homes, maybe a small replica of an Indian village. So when I talked to him, he told me, and I can't remember the name he gave it. In the Midwest they call them Sikonga, some places they call them Sabe. He had the Seminole had their own name for the hairy man, but the name translates to the ones who disappeared. And he said, just again, then I think about mine, a footprint in the snow that wasn't there, but no footprints leading or going away from it in this new snow. How do you account for that? These footprints in the mud, no tracks leading up to it. And as we stood on it, we couldn't get the imprint. Like I'm 200 pounds, I could probably go that deep. These were this deep, and they were fresh, and they were just by themselves there. And so he just, again, knowing, he said, yeah, that's what they do, that's their ability. They're same thing. It's an ancient people that we cooperate with, that we coexist with, but they have spiritual properties and things that as a white dude in modern America, you wouldn't maybe relate to or understand. So I find the indigenous story, and I talked to indigenous homelands from Oregon to Texas to Florida and up in Canada, and it begs the question, how can all these indigenous tribes over centuries all account for the cougar, the bear, owl in their written, oral, and illustrated history, but they all have a hairy man? Like they didn't internet in college and like, hey, can you draw a hairy man? Add a hairy man to your mix of, the creatures that you cohabitate with. They never even interacted. So why would they all have a hairy man, right? So my hope is to explore that further. I plan on getting up to Canada, and I plan on getting to Oregon, and I'm really interested in that whole, the indigenous take on it. But I know this next project, we're going to include some of that. It's just lining that up. And then as an aside, for any of you UFO heads out there, we actually went to Betty and Marty Hill's niece, Kathleen Martin's house, and she was gracious enough, we've kind of become friends over the year, to let us interview her and another former director of MUFON who had a lifelong, abduction experiences, and we sat and interviewed them and talked with them. And what's interesting is the cryptid, the Sasquatch subject bleeds into a lot of those as well. So, there's a much bigger picture out there, and it's easy for people to sit on the internet or watch shows. And just so you know, working with some of these people that have been on these shows, yeah, a lot of it's scripted, and they kind of have to, right? Because you can't put millions of dollars into a Discovery Channel production and not show something, right? So if they don't get anything, they're gonna create something, and not to be a spoiler alert, because I believe some of what they find is legit. But I'm more interested in putting myself in places that don't have maybe an encounter, but maybe have 10 years, 20 years of interaction with something that's changed their lives. Because just as a human interest story, that's powerful. But when I travel around and I hear the common threads of these people and their experiences, you know when you know, right? You know when you know that these people literally have their lives altered by interaction with Bigfoot or other, what I believe to be more interdimensional. That's just my take from my experience and my travels. So that's my interest, to try to present those type of cases and that type of story to bring to life. I'm going to get up to Canada, Gene, mark my words.
Yes, and for sure, you're going to be welcome to the ceremonies as well, what you do up there. Yes, so we'll take you out and even do a sweat, and we'll call them in, and you'll have a good experience. But we're almost running out of time there. I don't want you to just drop off from us, so I just want to give you a heads up. But James, the video that you sent me, I just want to, like I shared that with you earlier. When James sent me that message, that video, that was one of the messages that I received, that instead of looking through the trees, we've got to start looking up in the middle of the trees, and you're going to have a sighting as well with that too. So when he sent me that, I was like, whoa, he's right on track, and he's up there, like, I was just getting goosebumps. But James, oh my gosh, thank you for sharing your wonderful experiences, and thank you for taking the time to be here with us this afternoon. I really appreciate you, and yes, for sure, I hope you'll be able to make it here next year, and we got a whole year to plan, so we'll get you and your crew up here next time as well. So everybody can, is it okay, James? Like I want to share that, but I'm not going to share the video because out of respect for you and your production. Like, I know the protocols of that. So yes, I just want to say Katukaheykano for sharing the video and with me. And I didn't get a chance to look at the second video you sent me, so I will. And yeah, we'll talk later because some things came up while you were talking. The information that I was getting about, especially the knocking from inside. I'll talk to you later about that. I just want to share what I picked up, what kind of messages I received when you said that. So can we have a hand for James Ross, please? Wow. Thank you, James, so much. Any last words before we get cut off?
No, like I said, I like to get the information out there. So if you would like to share the link to Tonga, people can just kind of check it out, and it's free. Usually they want us to push the Amazon, but I can care less. This is only costing money at 98 cents. So It's an expensive hobby, but here's the deal. If you're passionate about it, and that's what also means people that have only taken probably more slings and arrows, you know, Mike's got this rash of crap. I know there's nothing to gain from it, and it's just a matter of, it's so easy to walk away, go back to your regular life and say, you know, well, maybe it is, maybe it isn't, just go on. Then it amazes me that the lack of intellectual disinterest in something that I know is real. And if people knew that, it would change the whole maybe worldview. That people can just not take the time to work for it, as we call it, contempt without investigation. Right? They've already got their minds made up. And as I put it, I can't even debate somebody because they don't have a lot of anything to debate. They just have an opinion. So get out there, look for stuff, be skeptical, but also be open, and you know, prove it to yourself, and don't worry about everybody else.
Great, that's good. Thank you, James. Have a great weekend, and I wish you well with your upcoming projects for great success and everything else. Continue good. Can we have another hand, please, for James? All right, James. Thank you, and we'll talk soon.
We'll talk soon. Thank you, Judy.
So if you have any questions, I noticed we didn't have time because we only had 40 minutes on Zoom. James, we have some question book back there. If you have a question for James, just mark down your question and leave your email with me, because I'm not too sure if we can make it tomorrow for the panel. I gotta read my messages, what he sent me, so I'll see that. There's lunch there. Just please help yourself with the lunch. And I'm gonna introduce Charlotte Tukanini. Did I say that right? Yeah. She's gonna share with us. She's from Pickmower. And I'll let her talk more about herself. She can introduce herself when she does more. Charlotte. Let me see what's going on here. Let me turn this off. Okay. Derek? Where are we here?
So do I do my little thing?
Oh yeah, right here. Where are you here? Let's get you in video.
I'm thinking live.
Yeah, we're live.
Yeah, we're live on Facebook. Action needed.
Okay, we're there, yeah.
Okay.
We're there.
I'll just
Oh yeah.
that down. Or oops. That's Mike's. Okay. So does she want something open or just?
Yeah, just leave it open.
Okay.
And then yeah, just leave it open. We're fine. Yeah. Okay, Charlotte, just make sure you're visible.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can't even see now.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there. Okay, gotcha.
Oh, there I am. Hello! Anin kinawaya, zawanon mikisi koy English nakalas. Yabe dotem, bijuki chita, when the gokan. Negane jike maingenen. Ajanin kibijama, adokoshin azara atina. Ajanin negoijam, vichmanito kibija, adokoshin azara atina kinimoima. Ajakina kibija. Ajanin giyoga jatona way, pogana. The greater Gitmanito Radokoshin, Ajakina Ibijama. My name is Charlotte Tukanini. I come from the Nethabasakami, Mishnah, Pickmower. I'm contrary, I'm Wendigo. I was directed on how to do this because it is it's a sensitive subject, and The reason why it's a sensitive subject, because media is doing everything and making everything that is good into a negative perspective. I was directed into telling you about the dream. I was walking upstairs in a great big building, and as I was going up to each of the levels, then I had this fear, a very intense fear, where I started running. And then as I looked back, I started seeing the negative, the darkness of the stairwell closing as I was running towards up. And it was really, really terrifying, because you get those heebie-jeebies just in the back when that negative is just gonna freaking grab you. But as they were grabbing me, when I called out my spiritual helpers, I have to call first. And when I said, when to go, as soon as my mouth started saying W, they were just right there. They came and they made the security, and the door opened. All of a sudden there was a door there, and the door opened, and they came flying out, and I have 5. And so why they asked me to say that in the beginning first is that they cannot do anything until you ask. They could be standing there waiting for you to do something, but it's not until you ask and give permission for them to come and be with you and be a part of you. And that goes for everything. With the medicines, with the teachings of the ground, of Mother Earth, the Creator, and all of your spiritual helpers, nobody can do nothing. And even us as medicine people, we are not allowed to go and offer. You have to ask. And it's through permission. Do we all need to get permission from the Creator? In every ceremony, in every start, in every organization, in every gathering, in every meal, to every time you wake up to when you go to sleep, it is proper to ask for permission. Who the hell do you guys think you are? You know, and especially with this, I wanted to bring the pipe in. And in my teachings, it is that we ask for permission. We're not allowed to do anything until we get that permission, until we get the permission from the Creator and all our spiritual helpers. Because we need that, because it's just like anything else. If you walk into somewhere and don't get that permission, what happens? Same thing. There's not that much difference. It's so simple. And the thing about it too, it doesn't have to be a big thing. You don't need a big ceremony and thousands of people coming. As long as there's one. That is the whole idea. As long as there's one and as long as there's you. That is the permission we need to get, and that is what I was been given to say here. I have a website, Knowledge Keeper stuff. I channel a whole lot, and I wait for permission. I didn't get permission until 3 days later, 3 days before today, that I got permission. And then everything on that paper was just like bang, 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 bang. You know, 5 pages were done within 20 minutes. So that is the kind of permission that I wait for. and that I do. And same thing with, I was so nervous coming up to this day. She told me like 3 months ago to get this ready, to have everything ready. But I couldn't because it wasn't my position to say. So I have to wait for Spirit. The Wendigos are doctors. We are contrary doctors, we are backwards. Where we would say, I don't know, and come here. That doesn't mean to come here. That means stay there. You know, just little things like that. Like I accidentally would say in the Schnabbe would Kibishama, you know, but coming they go women, you know. I know it's kind of difficult. But we heal through laughter. That is our medicine. That is our power. Just to give you a little bit more of what a Wendigo is that you cannot have a Sundance without one. As long as there's one Wendigo in that Sundance, you're allowed to have it. Because of the power of the Wendigo, their strength, their medicine that they carry, and also I only can speak for myself, and myself is that I carry a mirror all the way around me. There's a mirror, it's reflected outside. It's not reflected inside. Because I'll have this energy that comes, and then it will give out, and if someone, as a doctor, as a medicine person, if someone tries to hurt me, it will bounce right back off. Bounce right back off onto them. Whoever brought it, whoever did all that. And also is that we are mirrors, that if you do not like something of me, it is something that you find within yourself, because it's reflected back. And that is the most difficult, and we're all, I would like to say that my knowledge of the Wendigo is the same as knowledge of the empaths. If you guys know anything about the empath or the star seeds, it is the same thing. It's just that English has a better way of explaining things. Because when I listen to the empath people and to the star people, they're the same thing. There were things that were always there that I always knew. So it just came up with a different word, a fancier word, I don't know. But anyway, that's how we are. I don't know what else. Today, I never wear white. But because of my other friend who is a spiritual keeper, she suggested that I do. Because of who and when to go that everyone else knows. It is always the negative parts, but we're not. We are very, very powerful doctors. We heal with laughter. I don't know. Me and this lady over here, I don't even know her name, but we gather. We automatically gather. And then when I went to sit with her, we didn't even talk about nothing, we just sat there and laughed. But that's how simple and that's how crazy it can be, because we gather. And even though we are sitting here talking, and people are talking, it's not that we're laughing at you, it's that we're giving, you know, the totally opposite of what we are, or what you guys do. I don't know, like, anyway. There is 4 ceremonies in a year: the sun dance, the Wendigo dance, the Jibai dance, and also the other one, the warrior dance. And there is, with the Wendigo dance, with the sun dance, I guess everyone will know that one better, is that we dance for 4 days. They fast, they pierce, they drag buffalo skulls and all that. Well, when it comes to a Wendigo dance, we feast. We also dance at night, and it's all fun. So, and then we do the doctrines, and then everyone spiritually gets doctored. So that's how different we can be. But we also have a song that I would like to sing. It's here somewhere like this. And this is called the Wendigo song. No, that's okay. I'll use my rattle. It's a Wendigo rattle anyway. That was a ceremonial song. Obviously, we are born with these, just like you guys. You guys are born with your spirits, and you guys are born with the people and the helpers that you got. I was born this way. And all of the gifts that we have, we brought them down with us. We have all these gifts. You guys have all these gifts. You just have to reach out for them, because they came here with you. Every one of you guys are pipes. That's why we hand out tobacco. And that's why we give each other tobacco, because each and every one of us are pipes. Because we speak and we join together, male and female, each and every one of us. And that is why we honor each other with the gift of tobacco, because tobacco is one of the sacred medicines of the four medicines. And also another thing too that I would like to mention that is very, very, really important, especially for our own people as Anishinaabe. We were given in the beginning the first gift. And the first gift is the medicine wheel. It is so simple. It's just a circle with colors and tobacco and all four medicines and everything. But it's so powerful. Why? Because it has 4 races on there. There's not one. There's 4 people on there. And that is a lesson for our own. Our gifts are meant to be shared. Why did they come here? Why? When everybody knows who we are. But why did they come to our land, our Turtle Island? Why? Because we're messengers. It is our gift. Each and every race has a gift. In the short form, I'll tell you, the yellow, that'll be the China people. Their gift is water. Why their gift is water? You know what they could do? They could grow plants in water. Who could do that? And then you got the black people. They're all great, what is that name? Oxygen in the body. They're all great freaking athletes, right? Well, that is their gift. Their gift is air. And for the white people, you know what their gift is? Their gift is fire. And look what they've done. They got cars, electricity. So simple. And then for the Anishinaabe, we are people of the earth. That is our gift. And that is why we did what we did. Because we're not owners of that. We're supposed to give and share. And that is why you see history of what happened. And also everyone else, they abuse their gifts. So if you want to go somewhere and start something and be that, learn your own first. Because you cannot get power from me. You can only get power from yourselves. And if you do not know your power, then you're powerless. We may all be different people. And you guys are going to have to choose that. But not until you know who you are you able to share and choose. It's a very... I don't like being windowed. I don't like it at all. Because this is what they do. This is who they are. We'll stab you in the heart and poke your laugh at you. Did you learn something? Yeah, you did. So this is what we need to get out. This is what I want to do. This is who I want to be, because I believe in myself and I believe in our people. I cannot speak for anybody else, but I can speak for myself. And because of who I am so proud that I can speak for my people and know where I'm going and know where I'm going to take them. This is who I am. This is my children, my grandchildren. I'm 100% Ojibwe. Oh yeah, I do carry that right. And I love you guys all. I am not nothing like that. I will share and I will listen to your story. But don't tell me about mine. So we all have a place in the medicine wheel. Find yours. Because only there would you find your own power. You cannot use my power. You cannot use this. What is this? Do you know this is a cane that came from a Wendigo that brought me the staff? A friend gave it to me. I had that staff for 20 years. And not until 3 months ago did a friend say, hey, I know you were looking for a contrary staff, a Wendigo staff, and I know you need to find, and I know it has to be all crooked and, you know, nothing straight. Because this is who we are. This is who I am. But it was a gift. It was an amazing, amazing gift. Because within that 20 years that I told people about my Wendigo staff that I have, it is so powerful because not once have I told anybody that the red Wendigo carries a cane. And to me, that's amazing. That's a miracle. Because how did anybody know? How did somebody knew to just bring me that? You know, and these are my gifts. These are my. This is me. This is my spirit. This is everything. This is all. And that's the only thing that I could help you with and that I could teach you. I cannot teach you about other things because that's not who I am. We need to take ownership in our own being first before we pretend and go be somebody else. And I love it because the Sabe, this is a program for the Sabe. And when she asked me to come and speak of the Wendigo in the Sabe gathering, the Sabe carries the teaching of the honesty. And why he carries the teaching of honesty is because how great his spirit is and how huge his spirit is within himself. And with a spirit that big, only honesty is able to survive. That is why he carries the teaching of that. And see, gone. Sorry guys, they left the building. Can we have another round of applause for Charlotte, I asked our friend here, Derek Martin, to do a short presentation with you all, because I know he has more to share and plenty to share, so I'm going to give him the space to speak and to share his experiences, his stories, and then from there we'll go. Okay? teaching me a good shot. Give him a round of applause for Derek Martin. I got his name right.
Thank you. So yeah, I'm a white guy with, I like fire. I did bring a fire starter today, I don't know why. I was like, should I take this fire starter? Yes. I don't know why. Anyway, and I work with computers, because you mentioned electricity and technology and stuff, so. I'm not projecting my slides, I'm just gonna read them. I'm from London, Ontario, which is, their slogan is the Forest City. It's 400,000 people. Most of my findings and interactions have been inside the city limits of London. So, first of all, I'm very honored to be here. I never would have imagined speaking at a Sasquatch conference or having found anything to show me that they're real. As a kid, I saw UFOs and ghosts and ETs, and one time I saw a wolf at my bedroom window, which was on the second floor of the house. I've been to a sweat lodge, and when I came out, I was like pretty done. But I fell in the dew-covered grass and was surrounded by golden twinkling lights. I had no idea what that was about. I have a rule in life, which is always say yes if it could lead to a good story. And I have a wife and two beautiful daughters who are 6 and 8 years old. So, as a kid, I was always interested in if you want to say the paranormal, you know, whenever there was a show about UFOs or Bigfoot or Loch Ness or whatever, I would watch it. And then you get working on prerequisites for university, and you get in school, and you're like, kind of you're focused on work, and then you enter the job market and you're focused on work, and I didn't really think about that too much for a long time. But in 2017, I was really just worn out one day and kind of browsing Netflix. And I was like, oh, Discovering Bigfoot, what's that? So I pressed play on this movie, and it was done by Todd Standing. And he's an interesting character. But he goes way the hell out in northern Alberta on logging roads, goes off the logging roads into nowhere and finds these structures. And I didn't know anything about structures at the time. So I was like, that's pretty interesting, because I remember when I was a kid, we had a backyard that had a forest and a river. And I remember one time on the other side of the river, I found a structure which was on our property. And I thought, oh, somebody must have come on here and made that. Some other kids from somewhere, right? And I didn't think about that again until 2017 when I saw this movie. But then I also thought, I wonder if there's a Bigfoot community on the internet. So I Googled and I said, like, reviews, Discovering Bigfoot, what do people think? And the first result that came up was by a guy named Utah Sasquatch, or Nathan Rio. And he said, yeah, I think, you know, the structures are legit, Bigfoot is legit, there's not just one of them in California. And, but the key thing he said was, you don't need to go to northern Alberta to find a Bigfoot. Like, I just go down the road. I was like, what are you talking about? Like, he lives in Utah. So I messaged him, and he said, no, really, just go find somewhere with a good habitat that could support something or provides a lot of cover, somewhere where there's water, and look around, get off the trail. I was like, okay, I'll try it. So the next day, it was lunchtime, and I worked from home at the time. So I just said, there's a little forest down the road from here, like 2-minute drive, right? So I just drove over there, went down this path, I like turned left and just walked straight into the forest. And like 5 minutes later, there's a structure. I'm like, holy crap. Keep looking around, there's another one, there's another one, there's another one. I'm like, nobody even goes down here. And like, I could throw a rock really hard and hit my house. This is ridiculous. So I was kind of blown away. And as soon as the weekend came, I was like, I got to go other places in the city. You know, so I figured out where all these parks were, and I went to 10 different parks or many microforests or, conservation areas in the city, and 9 out of the 10 I found structures. And I was going like, 1 is a fluke, 2 is really interesting, and 9 out of 10 is insane. Like, there's not a coincidence here. I don't believe in coincidences. So I found lots, and then we went to a cottage, which is, my family has a cottage at Ipperwash Beach, and I went on some trails there. Because, when you're on the trail, you don't really see anything. You might see a bent over tree that's pointing somewhere, and you follow that where it's pointing, and then you'll find a structure like 50 feet into the shrubs. And like Mike said, it's interesting because there's lots of them near paths, but if you go way deeper past the paths, they tend to disappear again. So it's like, I started thinking, are these structures here for us? Like, did they build them for us to attract us? Like, 150 years ago, they would have seen humans building teepees all the time and staying inside them. And I thought maybe they want to hang out, maybe they want to watch us. Maybe that's why they build teepees near paths. So like, hopefully we'll come and sit in one for a while or sleep in one or something. But that's just my pet theory. I don't actually know anything. This is all just straight out of my head into the microphone. But so yeah, I found them off the trails at the cottage. Sometimes I found structures on the beach in the morning. Like you're swimming there in the day, you go back to the cottage, you walk back in the morning, and there's a huge structure there. Mike mentioned Leanne. I've chatted with her too, and in some of her videos, this is a thing that totally proves to me that they're not all man-made, or maybe not even majority man-made, but she has documented a humongous structure that would have taken days and days and days to build if you were humans building it. And on multiple occasions she's had this happen, but she goes there, she sees it, she's like, wow, this structure is amazing. She goes back the next day to take more pictures of it, and it's moved 50 feet to the left. Who's gonna, like, I don't know any human who's gonna assemble thousands of pieces of wood and then be like, it needs to be a little to the left. Take it all apart, move it over 50 feet, put it back up, and it looks exactly the same as it did yesterday. So at this point I've got like about 1,200 photos and videos of these structures, which I can show you later if you want. But I also went to northern Saskatchewan to visit family at a cabin up there, and I went into the thick forest and I left some blue marbles on the log, and like in a cluster of 3. And I went back the next morning and they were in a straight line spaced apart on the log. There's nobody out there. There's not even people. Like, the people density in northern Saskatchewan is ridiculously low, I can tell you that. So I was trying to figure out how to maybe have more interaction, and I met this guy online who I've read lots of things by him, and he's interesting, but he said, basically try to make them feel comfortable with you. Do what you can to make them feel comfortable, to give them the advantage if you want to have interaction. And he said, do everything to put yourself at a disadvantage, which is scary. So he said, go to a clearing that is surrounded by forest. You stay in the clearing, you let them stay in the forest. They can see you, you can't see them, right? Also, for bonus points, do it on a night where there's no moon at all. It's a new moon. So there's no moonlight. And if you want even more points, do it when it's cloudy, so there's also no starlight. And I went to the place where I first went, where just 2 minutes from my house. Because actually, not long after I found all those structures there, it was an environmentally significant area, so it had all these protections. A little while after I found all those structures, they bulldozed most of the area. And I called the conservation authority and said, what the hell, you bulldozed a conservation area. And they said, yeah, well, we needed to make the pond bigger. It doesn't make any sense to me, but. So I went back there, and I went at 2:30 in the morning on a new moon where there's no starlight, and it was 0 degrees Celsius, and it was pitch black. And I walked down this trail for about 5 minutes, And I walked back, and kind of how it was situated was, this is a huge pond, a stormwater pond. I'm standing here, just like talking to nothing, supposedly. Then there's a patch of grass here, and then there's a creek, and then there's thick forest. And on the other side of the thick forest is my house. And I'm just standing there, and my car is parked over there about 1,000 feet on a city road, because this forest isn't smack in the middle of a suburb. And I just started hearing really, really loud footsteps over there. On the other side of the creek, in the trees, couldn't see a thing. Then I started hearing, it's moving from my right to left. I started hearing really loud branch breaks. And I'm like, oh man, this is exactly what I think it is. But then he started going, kind of to between me and my car. And that's when I was like, I gotta go. Like, I came out here wanting an interaction with Sasquatch, but I wasn't prepared to hear something that big getting between me and my car, and I just kind of moved it out of there. I was mentally unprepared. And interestingly, when I drove home, as I was driving home, which was a short drive, but the streetlights above my car flickered as I went under the streetlights. So I was super excited about this whole thing, obviously. I couldn't really think about work. And so, being a genius, I bought a FLIR. And I was like, I'm going to go out and, if I can't see him in the forest because it's so dark, I'm going to see him with the FLIR. No. I didn't see anything with the FLIR. What happened was I stood in the same spot, and I had 5 rocks about this big whiz by my head and splash in the pond right behind me. At 2:30 in the morning in the pitch black when it's cold out. It did not take them 10 minutes to realize I was there. As soon as I was standing there, I heard something go, and I was like, oh shit. I took off the FLIR. I was like, I'm getting out of here. This is not good. And I got home and just was like, damn it. Why did I take a FLIR? Why did I get a FLIR? So I went back out the next night and I was like, I'm sorry I brought out a FLIR. I was trying to get pictures of you. I shouldn't have tried to get pictures of you. It's disrespectful. Like, I won't bring it again. And I returned it to the store. But when I said I won't do it again, it was just like one more rock whizzed by my head and splashed in the pond. Like, yep, you got it. Don't bring the FLIR. We'll come to you. Don't come to us. That one that flew by didn't feel threatening. The ones before that did feel threatening. So this is, I think we're getting close to the end. I kept going out and looking for these structures all the time. I took my kids out with me, because like, hey, let's go hike in the forest. They don't need to know what I'm looking for, but eventually I stopped at like too many structures and like, why are you interested in these things? And I said, well, it's Bigfoot builds them. And I talked to my kids about spirit and interdimensional beings and everything, and they're cool with it. My wife's not so much, but my kids love it. But one day this lady posted on Bigfoot Canada, and she said, hey, I know how to communicate with Sasquatch. And I approved her post, but then I messaged her right away and said, if you know how to communicate with Sasquatch, you gotta tell me. Because like, I need to communicate. And I don't know what I'm doing. And she was like, okay, well, can you give me a call? So I called her on the phone. And we talked, and she was like, they're here with me now, and they're telling me, like, they know who you are, and they want a hookup. They want a connection. So I'm going to tell you what to do. And I won't say exactly what she did, but she told me how to send a message to them using sticks, let's say. So she said, go out in the forest, go where nobody knows where you're going to be, arrange some sticks in this way. And if they want to communicate with you back, they will be rearranged in this other way. She said, just leave them out there, nothing's going to mess with them. She lives almost 4,000 kilometers from me. She's never seen where I live, doesn't know me from anyone. And I went back out there 3 days later, and they were arranged exactly how she said they would be. And that was a moment where, like, everything got really real. Because there's nobody else in that forest. Animals would not arrange sticks in a certain way. That was them saying, yeah, we're here, let's go. And so I've continued to exchange messages with them, and I will say that their main message to me is to work on my heart, like go deep in my heart and work on myself. And when I've done some work, then we'll go further together. But it's mind-blowing stuff. And that lady's name is Judy Carroll. She was going to be speaking tomorrow, but I heard that she had to cancel. But you can see her picture on the cards and things, and I believe her website is called wisdomofthesabe.org. If you want more information from her, she's in the Pacific Northwest. So she taught me how to initiate communication. I had been depressed for a while before I kind of renewed my interest in Sasquatch, and it's definitely renewed my sense that, you know, the world is way more magical than you would think by watching all the people on the subway. Everyone's looking at their phones, heads down. But if you go out into the forest and connect with nature, you're also going to connect with these guys, and that's magic. So I'm working on slowing my mind down, less internet, less texting, spending more time in nature by myself, but also with my kids. Trying to meditate more, but that's hard. I'm a computer guy. It's, you know, I got to make time for it though. And something that they love, like when you're in the clearing, if you're trying to have something, just be yourself out there. Don't go looking for them. Like if you want to play on a drum, you want to sing, you want to build a fort, you want to do a somersault, like do that stuff, because I think they like laughing at humans. I haven't heard them laugh or anything, but like Mike said, they have a sense of humor, and everybody loves a clown, right? So, except for people who are terrified of them. Closing thoughts? Yep. 2 minutes? Okay. Okay, it's closing. So science recently has said that there's basically no material in our material reality. The more you zoom in, the more nothingness you find. I think everything is basically consciousness and energy. And I have a little bit of proof of that, which is, you know those stories you hear about, you're in the forest and everything goes dead quiet. The bugs stop cricketing or whatever, like everything is just quiet, there's nothing. I was doing a CE5 with some people, which is trying to contact ETs, and everything went dead around us. And we're all sitting there in a circle, meditation circle, and somebody says, anyone notice something? And we're like, yeah, where'd all the sound go, right? We're trying to contact ETs. This is a phenomenon I know from the Sasquatch world. But he said, yeah, it's quiet, but guess what else? We can't hear the waterfall that's right beside us. We were there close to a waterfall, and it was off. And just last week I heard a podcast where a guy was in the forest, and it was a windy day, and you could see the trees going, and you heard the wind like, and everything went dead quiet, including the sound of the wind. So the trees were still moving. There's no sound of leaves, there's no sound of wind. So my thought about that is, Sasquatch are energetic beings. Our senses are based on energy. And I think those are localized. They're making you not hear something. It's not that the sound stopped occurring, you stop being able to hear it. Or Mike also mentioned they can produce scents, smells. That's, you know, it's another kind of vibration, just like hearing things. Smells are a different vibration. So I think they can affect energy. We are also energy. We can figure out a way to come together. I guess that's it. We're at the end. It's just like people say we're all one, but it's not just at a surface level. Like, oh, we're all really humans or whatever. It's like everything is energy. Everything is the same energy, and hunters are not gonna like find them. Let's say because they are the hunters, right? If we're all one, the Sasquatch are the hunters. And they know what the hunters are looking at, and maybe they just step out of the way, but maybe they also make the hunters see a deer instead of a Sasquatch. Like, when it's all energy and consciousness, and nothing's impossible. So that's it.
Can we have another hand? Round of applause for Derek for showing up for an awesome man. Really, it's an honor to meet him today, and it's very, very interesting. And talking about energy. So Johanna White Buffalo sent her regrets. A couple days ago, she got bitten by something, or she had an allergic reaction. So she's unable to come today, which is fine. And we're going to talk about the energy. We're going to have people connect with them. The ones with the rods, if you feel comfortable using the rods, okay, this is what we're going to do. A couple months ago, someone told me that the Sasquatch, or Sabi, Ochiskicho, is not spiritual. And I was like, wow, where'd you get that from? I was so like surprised, shocked that that was being said to me, knowing the work that I do. And so it's like, what can we do for this event to help people understand? Because so many people want to see one. And like Derek said, they're everywhere. We are everywhere. And I remember going up to Whistler, and as soon as I got off the train, I was sitting there and I saw a truck, like a footprint, big footprint, right at the train station. I go, whoa, thank you. And right beside their truck was a heart shaped as a rock. So because I haven't been up there for almost 10 years, it was welcoming back home and the homelands of my ancestors. So what am I going to do with these rods? These are called dowsing rods, and we make them, and you can make them too, out of clothes hangers or whatever. So whoever got the dowsing rods, can I get 5 people to come up here, and I'm gonna walk you through it. We're gonna make a connection. I'm gonna get Tammy to help me here, because Joanna can't make it, and we're gonna make a spiritual connection. And we're gonna call them in. So if these guys could get right here in the screen, where people could see you, and instead of me and Tammy doing a demonstration, I asked, this is the audience for participation. And the rods that came to me, it was Johanna that showed me the rods. She taught me how to use these rods, and I was like, oh. And so Debbie and I, we did this, I did a form of connecting with them, where my first time when they talked through me, some may call it channeling, and then I use these rods to connect, and I also use the rods for healing as well in my healing sessions, especially with people who are grieving, and those who are watching know who they are, and we work with these rods as well. So yeah, so if I could get you guys 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, great. I'm just trying to get these guys on the screen so people can see this. So maybe,
Yeah, I know. Okay, there we
no,
go.
yeah, and I'm gonna, I just want people to share this. Before we do this, we're gonna smudge them. Okay, she's gonna smudge. Angel power is gonna be smudging the rods and the people. And I'm gonna walk you through this, and Tammy and I, we're gonna be helping you call them in. And what you'll see, we'll let you know what we see that comes in spiritually. We already came in during the pipe ceremony, and it was really, really nice. So I'm going to teach you guys how to hold them. I'm going to teach you guys how to, but you're going to keep your questions to yourself, okay? I don't want to hear it. You don't have to tell us. You don't have to share it unless you want to in the end. And then, but I'm going to give everyone an opportunity. So yeah, so these are pretty interesting rods, man, because they're cut differently. So let's see. Take the longest, take the shortest. They're about even. So take the shortest and the longest out. Okay? The shortest you're holding, and longest. When Derek was talking about energy, we're going to see the energy that's going to happen here. Okay. Okay, you ready? Okay, so what you're going to do, you're going to hold them. Just loosely. Alright? Does someone have a rattle? Do you have a rattle? Yes. Okay, hold them so they're straight up. Yeah. Don't grab them tight and have your hands apart like your body length, your body width, I mean. Yeah, like this. Put your elbows there and then have your arms loosely. And, okay, clear your mind. And we're going to call them in. Okay, I want you to think about your question, and we're going to think about your question. Okay, let's do that first. Think about your question. Okay, now I want to ask you, they're only going to show a yes and no. Okay? So I want to ask them, what is your yes? Okay, don't hold on to them tight, let it float. What is your yes? Okay, yeah. That's what I want right there, yeah. Right on. Can you guys see? Do you need some lighting here or what? You can see, okay. These guys are going to wait. You're going to wait because you're not working with those ones yet. I'm going to get these guys up here too. Okay, is that your yes? Okay. So show us your no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Did you guys get your no? Did you get your no? No?
It's the same. It just went.
Okay, it's the same? Okay, hold on. Maybe you're holding it, they're too tight.
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah, okay.
I've got.
All right. Okay.
Should they be resting on my fingers?
Yeah.
Okay. That's good.
Hers was like right and then left.
Okay, good. So remember your yes and no. You know. Okay. So I got her no for her. Yeah.
I have a question. Why is it different for everybody?
Because everyone's different and everyone's question is different. And that's your connection with them, they're connecting with you, showing with you, because they already know what you're going to ask.
Yeah, our guides know how to.
Yeah. Okay, so ask the question. All right. Any of you guys want to share?
I asked if I was going to ever see a Sasquatch in person.
And what they say?
Oh yeah.
Right on. Okay. Did you feel the energy? Can someone come up here and explain the energy, what you felt?
You made eye contact. I was like, oh, you want the mic?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Okay, I'm taking the bathroom.
All right. Do you want to know the like in my body
Yeah,
or in my
yeah,
hands?
whatever you want to share.
So like when I was told to connect and to clear my mind, I just kind of imagined like a grounding line. That right away, because I was holding them, I could feel like a circle inside.
Okay.
And then these, I could feel it like moving in my hand, even though I'm like holding them as light as this.
Yeah.
Just like that. So
It's amazing, eh?
cool.
Yeah, so you guys, three of them, I saw three of them come in. Yeah. I saw three of them come in, and they're very humorous. They're very, got a good sense of humor, and they're like tapping your head like that's like goose game. So I want to have you hold them again. Does anybody else want to share what you experienced?
Just full body, like the hairs on, like goosebumps, and just that kind of shaking in the body a little bit.
That's good. How about you, Kenny? Did you see anything?
I can see the Sasquatch dancing around. They're all half here. I always feel tingling in my head. I feel it still. They're still here.
Yeah, they are. Yeah. So that's what I said. Okay, hold them up again. Okay. I'm going to ask a question, but you're not going to hear it. Go put one higher than the other. Put one hand over the other higher than. They're giving you a hug, okay? Yeah. You can make Richards, guys. Oh my God, thank you very much. See there, yeah. There we go. So they're giving you a big hug, okay? They're really appreciating each other here, connecting. You just made your connection spiritually with them. And I say, like, people can do that. People can connect with them in a way when they need that healing, okay? When you need healing, this is one of the tools that you can use to do that healing work. When you need an answer to your question or your problem, what you're going through, or whatever. I do this with my mom, and I ask her to hug because I missed her hug. So she hugs me with the rods. That's her way of connecting with me with the physical thing, physical. So they work the same way spiritually with us. So next slide, people, you want to come up? Okay, Rachel, yeah, if you feel comfortable coming up, you can come up and let's have the next 5 people come up.
They're waiting.
Yeah, they are, yeah. I'm telling you, be patient. And you guys can keep the rocks. Keep them. Okay? I'm sorry, if there's not enough rocks for everyone, no, just hold them for now.
I can switch them.
Okay. Okay, we switch them. Yeah. Anybody else want to come up? Fred? Where did they go? Hey, do you want to come up?
Oh, you went around.
Diane, if you could stand here on this side. Yeah, you can push over. Yeah. There we go. And Fred, maybe we could just put this back. There we go. Okay, we got the next 5 contestants. Okay.
do a game show.
Yes. Okay. These guys know how to hold them. Get the shortest end on holding them and the longest ends holding out. They almost look even. That's fine. Just make your choice. All right. Okay. We're going to be doing the calling in, and anybody also here that has that gift to see, you're more than welcome to share it, because sometimes each and every one of us have different seeing things. I may see something, and Tammy may see something, but we may or may not see the same spirit. All right, you guys ready? Mike? Okay. Excuse me. I want you guys to show me your yes for them. Okay. Show me your yes. Fred, maybe you're holding a little bit too tight. Maybe loosen up there. You're a little bit, maybe like this. Yeah, that's good. Maybe I am a little bit more up. I know, right? Wow. All right. Clear your mind, breathe. We're working with the element of air here too, the spirit of air. That's where we do our breath work. When we do our breath work, we're working with the energy of air, which is one of the 4 elements of human survival. So breathe, just relax yourself. Don't be scared. They're not going to harm anything. Okay. Breathe, and then say patience. When someone's doing fishing. Okay, so show me your yes. Alright, let's look at these guys got their yes. So remember how their yes looks like, okay? Okay, show us your no. Show us your no. No. Yours moved a little bit to the left, so that's your no. Your straight ahead, and your left one is to a little bit to the left, that's your no. Okay?
My right.
Right?
My right.
Oh, okay, yeah. Sorry, all right. Excuse me. Okay, go ahead and ask the question. Ask the question. still going?
Come back this way a bit. Seemed like a yes.
Okay. How about you, Brad? Did you get your answer?
Yes seemed to be towards the rattle.
Yeah. Okay, keep on holding it. Put one hand in the other. One hand higher than the other. That's good. Brian and Mike. These guys are so strong in the male energy. So they hug. If you're raw moves, then they give you a hug. Okay? It's the male energy that they're like a salute. Okay? That's what it is, like a salute, like an honor. They feel honored as much as you feel honored if you saw them, like if you saw them. Okay? They're just as honored to see you and to connect you. You stand here in case you don't allow to feel that. So did you feel the energy go through the rods? Did you feel like tingling or whatever? And everyone's different, so there's no right or wrong answer here.
Flutter in the chest.
Huh?
More of a flutter in the chest.
Yeah.
That's what I thought somebody grabbed my butt.
Yeah?
It felt like the absence, because it was like coming up here, nervous energy being in front of everyone. And then it felt calm, peaceful.
Yeah.
Then an energy like we were floating.
Wow. That's amazing. Get your language.
And she went with me.
Pardon?
She needs help. Why are you facing me? Because usually the arms are longer, so they're a little bit short today, but that's okay. We already know, so they're actually giving you a hug. When the rods are longer, you can feel they'll actually do this. Yeah. So because of it's short, but their energy, they're actually. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
they were cool.
Yeah. Yeah, so this is what I want to do today, having people with that spiritual connection of the Ochiskicho, and I want to share that with you. So now you can say, just because you didn't see one, but they were here with you spiritually, with all of you, okay? Anybody else wants to come up with theirs? We got, yeah, thank you. Woo! You want to come? No? You want to try? Yeah.
Could I try to?
Yeah. Anybody else want to come up? You got rocks? Want to come up? Yeah, he needs some rocks. Can someone, for So these rocks can be used for almost everything. They used to use them in, like with water, finding water and things like that, and paranormal tools you wanted to do. I also use them to close portals in people's houses to cleanse up the house. I use them to close those portals when people don't want them open. I'll go in and help them using these tools to help them. It's a physical thing for people to feel the assurance that it's being done. And yeah, so let's do this with this group. Thank you for coming. Just gonna take a drink. Tracy, can you help Tracy there? All right, and we got a little one here. Okay. Don't be scared, put your mind, breathe. To the contrary, so that's understandable. That is pretty awesome. Okay, put your mind. Let's see your yes answer. Show me your yes, show me your yes. Yes, straight. Okay, now get ready to ask your question.
great. They were doing a lot of healing.
Oh, look at that, it's still going.
Yeah, and they're really having fun with Charlotte. They really are. They see her as she is, who she is, and it's very beautiful. So I want to thank every one of you who had that experience. If you ever want to do this at home, you can. Start to find your rods and things like that. If you have, like I said, going through an emotional things or you need an answer and I'm not available at 3 a.m. or whatever, you could use your rods and ask that question. And you'll get the guidance, you'll get the energy, you'll get that connection and spirit that you call in. And only one of that spirit or you call in will come through. Some people are afraid, like, oh, what happens with 10 or what happens with 8 coming in? No, you have that right who to ask to come and communicate with you. And because these ones in the spiritual realm, they are waiting for this to have that connection with you. I did a naming ceremony a couple of days ago, and when the grandmother came in, she was like, wow. Like, you know, she kept bringing things forward, and I'm like, wow, I've never seen that before. I was like so grateful to see that, and an honor. It is an honor for me as much as for you to have this experience and to share this teaching with you as a tool that you can use for healing. Because they also use these tools as well. The Gujisabis and our ancestors, anyone that you call in. Deborah, do you want to speak about our experience about this? She recorded it, but I don't feel comfortable sharing that video because it was my first time ever doing that where they shoot through me. But I'm going to let Deborah explain what happened that day, and then I'll explain what I was seeing, what they were doing, and it was so cool. But we have it recorded. One day I'll share that with you. And but I wanted, because Deborah was there, and it was my first time ever doing that with these rods, because I knew we were going to do this today. So I was like, come on, show me something here. How is it going to be done? So I'll let Deborah share that experience with us.
I'm a little knackered. We went to Judy's special spot where she has a connection, as most of you know. I'm a little knackered, so I'll do my best to be coherent. We went to Judy's special spot and we bought some dowsing rods. And we thought, let's try this out. So, if you've ever watched Judy in ceremony, you will notice her body language changes, and even her voice, and even her eyes, they change. Like you can tell when she's in spirit or receiving spirit. So that day, we decided to try the dowsing rods, and I decided to film it. And I had a lot of questions, and I talk a lot. You might not realize that. And I was asking so many questions that I literally heard them, and Judy said, "They're saying you talk too much. You got to stop asking so many questions." And I'm like, okay. And I heard laughter as well. So they're joking, but not joking. You know what I mean? So when Judy was in full speech mode with them, or communicating, or channeling, whatever, however you want to say that, her voice changed. It was very deep. Her body language kind of got a little like stiff. And the rods just started moving around like crazy. I wish I would have brought the video, I'm sorry. Judy, yeah, she's like, stop taping me. Does anyone have any questions? Because ask me a question, I'll be able to answer it better. It's almost like channeling.
Yeah, it is, yeah. So the one that came in that when Deborah's talking about was the leader. And, yeah, just put it in front of the camera. So the leader came in and I asked him to come in, and then when he came in and speak to me, through me, he told me, now you see through my eyes. And what I saw was me and Deb in my car. And we were me with the rods and this is how we see you. And there was light around us. And it was so nice. And that's the one that came in and did that with me. So when we're doing more ceremonies, like go do more ceremonies, like Deborah said, our special spot. This is my special spot right here. By the Ottawa River. Yeah, there's two pieces. So let's go, yeah, Deborah this side, and show you this video. Oh, sorry, wrong side. Because this is at the Ottawa River, where I do ceremony. This is me doing the pipe ceremony with my city choir. And this is the same one that's in the picture up here. I'll talk about that later. When I do ceremony like this, they come around and they have their certain spots when I do ceremony. So you see, this is the Ottawa River. This is the rocks that I go by, the trees. And this is where he sits. His name is Katukaheykano. He's like a teenager. He's the youngest one of the clan of when they showed me the clan. And this is where they stand in these birch trees when I come in and do ceremonies. So this one here, he's the Mushu, the grandmother and the grandmother. They stand in these trees where, and then the Katukaheykano, he comes along too when I do the pipe ceremony. And I just want to say, mention about this. They did ask for pipes, and Tammy made them. Tammy made these beautiful replica pipes, and and a rattle, a huge rattle she made, because that's what they wanted when we go out and do ceremony. They'll smoke their pipes, they'll rattle their rattle, and when we rattle our rattles, with me. It's calling, it's opening that spiritual realm and connecting. It's the connection with spirit, connection with Kichimanatu, Creator, when we rattle that. But people can use their rattles in many different ways too. Yeah. Yeah, so Tammy made those really big ones that I gifted, yeah. And when my friend Jennifer and I went out to do the gifting ceremony, after we were done, because she's a pipe carrier too, we could hear that rattle going. And they're just thanking us for gifting those gifts to us, for us gifting those gifts to them, because just because I give them a replica rattle, they get something more up here into real, and that's connecting with Kichiman too. Because that's what we're doing when we have a pipe ceremony. We're sending our prayers to Creator and to our ancestors. So that's what that pipe ceremony was. And yeah. So that's where I go, by Ottawa River. These ties are the colors of the 4 nations, and plus the orange, which we were doing at one time. I was doing those ceremonies of honoring the 215 and the Indian residential school survivors and my parents. That orange flag was for them, and the 4 colors, because they work with everyone. They work with everyone of each nation. So yeah, thank you for that. So that's why I painted. And to let you know, I never painted before. I'm not an artist. I'm not a professional artist. I only started painting when they wanted me to share the message to the people. And this is why we started this conference, was was for us to share, because they're part of our teachings. There's nothing to be afraid of them, because each nation has teaching and sharing with them. If they want us to connect to our teachings and to who we are, like Charlotte said earlier, where you belong in the medicine wheel. Get to know your teachings, because when you connect those all, imagine the healing that we do for the people and for ourselves and for our families and our loved ones, and especially Mother Earth. So yeah, so I want to talk about this. Some of them I had from last year. Some of them haven't seen them. This is a shapeshifter. My sister and I, that's me and my sister Jen. We were going out to do a healing ceremony for my sister. We were directed to, guided to put tobacco ties for the prayers for healing for our family. And this happened so fast, and I saw the wolf, Wasabi. He was halfway in that other dimension and in the physical. So that's why he's blurry like that. He's going halfway, he's coming up, but he was shape-shifting. Came out and was wolf, him, and then the deer. I asked my sister, what did you see? And she said she only saw the deer. But I saw the deer too, but I saw the whitetail, his bite, and I'm like, I don't want to paint your butt. And I asked my sister, what did you see? So she told me what she saw, so I painted what she saw. I go, that's more for the pictures. And also, you want to look into it, like, I know some people who are really connected with them. There are signs of them in there, what you'll see of them, the axe, the tree, and the tree break, all these things. And this part here is the second piece, because as soon as that happened, my sister and I, we were like, oh my God, and then we started running towards it. And she said, it happened right here. And this is what we saw. 1 foot track of the wolf, 1 footprint of him, his footprint, and the deer track. Just one of each. That's how fast it happened. Like, I can't even say, like, it's 2 seconds. That's how fast they move too, so how they go into that dimension. And this is the healing on wolf clan. The deer represents the family, the love, and of course him, the honesty, the truth, the gifts that we have, and the teachings that we carry. So it all connected with my sister and these other trees. And if some of you may notice, there's a UFO in here too, because they're connected as well with the UFO. We didn't touch base on that on the conference. I'm hoping next year we'll add everything else that's connected with them, the UFO and the little people. So I'll introduce you to the clan. This is the Mushu. When I come down and do ceremony, they see me coming down, he peeks and he says, oh, there she is. Gotta get ready. So that's the Mushu here. This is the clan mother. When I met the Mushim and Taktalabit, I asked them to bring their clan mother, because it was my honor to meet her. So they don't only introduce me as a clan mother, they haven't given me names yet, so I don't push it. I accept it as it is, and they say who it is, and I say, okay. I don't, push it to that, but this is the clan mother here. And this is the Taktalabit. He likes going by that birch tree. He peeks so fast. He's so fast, I'll tell you. I took a friend out there and she saw him like popping up real fast. And the tree was like at least 15 feet tall. So they could raise up. What James was talking about, they were in the trees. They could levitate as well, because the trees were so, but he's not, I know how tall he is, he's about 8 feet tall, but the trees that he popped out was at least 15 feet tall, that experience that we had. And this one here, is the grandmother. So I was doing a grandmother ceremony. I was doing a grandmother pipe ceremony for the grandmothers. So that's the grandmother, Tabuko. And the leader you already introduced. And this one here, when I did my grandmother fast about 10 years ago, I prayed for the ceremonies to return to the people. But I didn't know I was going to be the one doing the ceremonies. And I'm quite honored to do that with ceremonies. And I asked the ceremonies to return to us, and even the falconry, our connection with the birds of prey. And I know our people had connections with the birds as well, because that's why we have feathers. They carry our prayers. And this is the red-tailed hawk that came to me in my dream. And when I was doing falconry, when I was walking around with my hawk in the field, they were around in the bush watching me, and I was like waving at them and, you know, protecting us. Because that's one of the things that they do, they protect us while we're in the bush. And me walking in the bush with the Harris hawk, I was like, wow. And I can see them sitting there and they're watching us. So this is how they watch us, the spirit of them, how that falconry will come to our people, will return to our people. And that's one of the things I'm learning right now is falconry. I want to get back into it. Just had some family issues there that stalled me, and that's fine because it becomes a time when it's fun. So I love the birds of prey. They're really powerful birds and they're awesome. This one, I asked about the white sabes, the white Ochiskicho. I asked them what they do in the ceremonies with the grandmother. The grandmother showed me this vision, because they do work with fire. They can work with fire. They know how to make fire. They know how to even manipulate the fire. And that's the full moon ceremony they're doing, and opening that portal. So that's one of the paintings that I have. And also I want to share this other one. I do full moon ceremonies, and I ask them. I always ask the questions. It's never ending. I asked them, what do you guys do for full moon ceremonies? This is what they showed me. They showed me that portal opening up with the full moon. And his spirit is connecting. I did this work on epoxy. And I didn't untape it yet because I was going to do a second coating on it, but they told me just leave it as is. It's good enough. So that's a teaching for me when I don't think I'm doing good enough. It's still beautiful as it is. So everyone will get their teachings from them one way or another. It doesn't have to be perfect because nothing's perfect and nothing's a straight line in the universe. They're all wavy lines and things like that. So this is what they showed me, how they do their full moon ceremony, how they connect. So I'll pass that down so you guys can get a feel of that. Oh, yeah, so last year, if you remember my story, I asked for hair. And so they introduced me the hair. So I just put it in the shadow box and for protection and stuff like that. I never got tested DNA because my hands were all over and stuff like that. And I was like, oh my God, racing up to the air and thanking them for that hair. But before this hair showed up, I was walking there and I asked for the hair because we were doing this conference, the last conference, and I asked for the hair, and the hair, they're like, okay, come, look down. So I saw it.
It was big. It was just fishing line. And I kind of got mad. I was a little kid. And I was like, wow. And they were laughing. They were chuckling and stuff like that. And then a couple of steps later, they tell me, hey, look down. And that's what they bought. So a month later, after going down there, I said, I should have asked for that big hair that you showed me that they played around with. So I do that. A month later, I went back to the spot. And surprisingly, they put the fake hair back. This is the fake hair that they showed me. It's a fishing line and some roots. So that's what I saw. And then when I went back a month later, because I asked for this fake hair, because I said I should have got that fake hair to keep for the conference. So I asked for it back. I go, can you put that fake hair in my path again so I can bring it to the next conference? So that's what they did. This is the fake hair that I saw on the ground, and that's like, oh, then this just fishing line and roots. Like, then they give me the real hair. So that was really cool. That's how I interact with them. Let's do the draw. Let's have a little icebreaker here. If you can grab the bag for the tickets for the draw from Mike's tract. And because I want to wrap it up with the last painting there. But I want to do the draw first, because I know it's in the day. We still got the Rangers. Okay. All right, let's say this one. The last three numbers, 358. 358. Anybody have 358? Brian, you looking for your ticket? Who has it? Oh, Michelle! She won my 358, Michelle Myers. Thank you, Mike, for the gift.
Is that the one?
Yeah. Awesome. Before I wrap it up here, I want to talk about a little bit what's going to happen with our next conference, because all these spiritual beings that we're connected with, like the Cree people, the Ojibwe people, all the nations. I went out west a bit, and I got sick. I got sick for like 10 days. I couldn't eat nothing. I was only eating rice, the brat diet. Rice, applesauce, toast, and banana. Like, oh my God. So that, I was eating that for 10 days, and I said, I gotta go home because this is not good. My body's like sick, I'm sick, and it's just, you know, and then on my way home, I was praying for that healing. And these guys weren't coming around. I go, hey, where are these guys? I need some work here. And they weren't showing up. I was like, you know, I don't think anything. I just, okay, they're not showing up because I really need healing right now. And on my way, I was almost in Sault Ste. Marie. We went to, I did fasting there about 10 years ago or 11 years ago. And by, on Highway 17 by Lake Superior. And what I saw was a little person. Remember West Grade? These little people? And what I saw first was a portal of the rock opening up first. Then he appeared. He was wearing a cloak out of the seaweed from the lake. And this is the painting I painted. You can't really see him, but he's there. See. So that's the portal there opening up, and that's Highway 17. And he was about maybe three feet tall, about there. It happened so fast again.
He went into that rock. And then after that, the Sault Ste. Marie. And I stopped by a restaurant. I had a boiled egg. And then after Sault Ste. Marie, I went up to North Bay, and I knew they had whitefish. So I said, oh my God, I gotta have that whitefish. And I had a whitefish dinner, and it held down. That was my first meal in 10 days, so I was, after that, little people that healed me. And again, in the moving car, you know, we could do this anywhere and any time with these healing that we need when we really want it, when we really ask for it to help, and open yourself up, open your heart, believe, you know, trust it, trust them. They'll help you heal. So that's going to be concluding my presentation for today, and I'm going to do a couple of shout-outs because I met some people on the way. So I want to give a couple of shout-outs to Michael in Cornwall, if you're watching, Michael, Bache, and also want to give a shout-out to my awesome, beautiful friend, Roseanne. And she could have been here tonight, but she's elsewhere. So I told her, I'm going to give you a shout out too, because she's one of the people that had that experience with me too. And my family, my dad, I really miss you, Dad. And my sons and my grandkids, I want to give a shout out to them too as well. And of course them. They're waiting. Hey, how about us? So that's how fast they work with me. They can come in and climb in. They're here now, so you know, so that's really good, and that's really nice to feel them and have their support and their love too. That this is our way of sharing a message to the people, to not to be afraid and quit questioning yourself. You gotta stop questioning yourself and accept it. What you saw is what you saw, and what you first thought of is what you have. So that's teaching. Also, I want to share too, like I do shake tents too, and because some people are afraid, and they're okay with that. They know us. They know that they could give us a heart attack. They know that. They know they can make us see our pants. And with that being said, when I do the shake tent, they tell me which painting to use to put in the direction, the door that they're going to come into that ceremony. So my paintings, it's like a channeling for them, for the people that's coming in, because they know that they'll be scared, so they'll use one of the paintings to come in ceremony. And that was really cool to know that when I do that ceremony, they tell me, put me here, put me in that direction, put me in this direction, and they'll come in and help the person who needs the healing. So that's kind of work that I do, take with them, and also they come in anytime. They're everywhere and everywhere with me. They're in my backyard, they're in my house, they're everywhere. But I do ask for privacy, you know, I really do, because there's, they have laws as well, you know, creative laws like this. So let's take a 15-minute break or a 10-minute break, and then we'll get our guests from New Mexico and Salt Lake City, the Paranormal Rangers. They'll be up next. And we're back on schedule. We'll take a little break, and then they'll take over from here. All right? I love you all. I love you all, and I love you too. Music. Hold on. Yeah. Yes. Oh yeah.
Yeah, and so this is all the sound goes out from here to the big speakers.
Okay, I don't have
And
any sound on
okay, okay, cool.
Like I said, we tried to purposely keep it
Yep. Oh,
as simple as we
it's
could.
not on this side. Just that's a USB one. Is there one over there?
Yeah.
Cool. Plug that back in.
Okay, after today, we're gonna have to read. If we can transition
To your laptop after that one? Yep.
I've got a different.
It should just be that. Okay. Oh, you have sound on yours? So this
Can
is,
you do a test?
if this goes in the headphone jack on your laptop.
You know what? I'm not gonna
should
do
just be
sound.
it.
I'm not gonna do it because the video rolls now. I'm not going to because we gotta. I'm gonna be speaking the whole time.
Okay.
He's gonna do our entrance. Mine are gonna just be video. Not video.
It's not just words. Pictures, yeah. Okay. Cool. You should pick that up in a second as soon as it's on. You want this room here?
Yeah, there it goes.
Oh, it's so handy to have a remote.
Yeah.
So the button's on the side, I don't know if it's this one, but it's the one closest to the middle. If you punch it twice real fast, the camera will come up. Oh, okay. So if it fades out, then it's the same kind of thing. Either of the white buttons, it sound like the there's plenty of room. Both when me and John are speaking.
For sure. Yeah, thank you. Thanks.
Oh yeah, I've seen outside.
We're about to put this, so this is Angel, who I was talking about.
Hi. Nice to meet you. Hi.
Do you want to get a picture?
Because he doesn't want to be here.
Oh, hold on for a minute. Can I take the fire? Yes. Hold on to your tickets too, because we got another draw coming after this presentation, right? Do our last but not least. And I gotta fix this camera here first. Have them stand where people can see them.
Oh yeah. Fine. Oh, this can actually turn.
Oh, okay.
They'll probably, I think they'll come up to
Yeah.
Right.
All right, we're gonna introduce our next guest speakers, the Paranormal Rangers. They're from New Mexico, Albuquerque area, and they appeared on Netflix, the latest, and they're working on many more projects. So let them do their thing, and they can talk. They'll do their presentation. So let's give a round of applause for Jonathan Dover, Michelle Myers, and Stanley Elfin here. They travel a long way, and I was really happy to pick them up. It was quite an adventure yesterday. Picked them up at the Toronto airport. It was fun. Jimmy Rich. All right. Can we get another round of applause?
Okay, here we go. We've got a lot of ground to cover. We're going to introduce each other first. My name is Jonathan Dover. Tribal-wise, I am Navajo, Southern Cheyenne, what they used to call Kiowa Apache, which they call Apache Tribe of Oklahoma, and I'm part Filipino. So I'm a mutt. I get along with everybody. But I was with the Navajo Nation, did 31 years in law enforcement. 11 of those years was officially investigating paranormal cases. Stan?
Good afternoon. My name is Stan Milford Jr. I work with Jonathan Dover in what was called Special Projects Unit with the Navajo Nation Rangers. I worked with the Navajo Nation a little over 30 years total, and about 23 years of that was with the Navajo Nation Rangers. I worked all kinds of different assignments, and I was a federal firearms instructor. I worked SWAT with John, Drug and Gang Task Force, and we ended up working together under the Special Projects Unit, where we ended up investigating what is known as either supernatural or paranormal activity throughout the Navajo Reservation. You have to realize that the Navajo Nation is 27,000 square miles, which is about the equivalent of the state of West Virginia in the United States. So it's the largest Native American reservation, and so really that's me. I'm both Navajo and Cherokee descendant.
My name is Michelle Miners, and I am from Salt Lake, Utah. My origin story started with the Skinwalker Ranch as being the assistant manager. Now there's a series called The Secrets of Skinwalker Ranch. I ventured out. They asked me to be a part of the cast member. I said no, I want to honor the Native American culture and traditions, and I felt that the direction they were going, it's a great show. I'm sure you've seen Jonathan on a series or two. But I decided that there is more to the story than the SW. That's what we refer them to, because we don't like to conjure them up. I am Navajo, Pawnee, and Chippewa, and one and the same, the Allegonian, the ancient ones here. And it's good to come and meet my brothers and sisters of the tribe that I hardly knew little of. And so today we're going to present to you our origin stories, and the Rangers are going to present their stories about their career, and we're just going to share some wonderful information. Thank you.
Okay, so like I said, we have a lot of ground to cover. We ask that you hold your questions until the end, and if we have time, we'll answer questions. If we run out of time on the presentation, we will hang around here and get with you afterwards and answer those questions that you might have. So first off, we have a disclaimer. Essentially, the information is based on our investigations and our own personal experiences. And the reason we put a disclaimer is we don't want the Navajo Nation government or its departments to sue us. So we have to put that in there. Those are our Hollywood pictures. This is when you want to look really good, so they take all the blemishes out and make you look pretty. But that's how we look normally. So of course we have the Navajo Nation. It's in the United States, part of Arizona, Utah, and New Mexico, and just recently they've purchased some land in Colorado. So now we have land in Colorado too.
Awesome. It just takes a minute to hit the stream, I think.
So the largest Native American reservation in the States.
Oh, it's using this camera now.
27,000 square miles of land. The population is right around 500,000 now. That was the census from back in 14. So we have a president, vice president, and council delegates. So we're going to take you on a trip through some of our land over there and show you. This is along the Colorado River at the confluent, which is downstream from Lee's Ferry. That water that you see the gravel underneath, that's 25 to 30 feet down. That's how clear that water is. That's Lee's Ferry, so I had to go over there and take my fishing rod just to make sure the fish were in there every now and then. I went on a river trip and they called me dances with trout. On 15 days I caught over 200 trout. We get to see places like Shiprock. We have these canyons here. What is the name? Slot Canyon. Antelope Point. We did have some tourists that died in here from France that they went in and the flash flood hit them. It hit them so hard that it blew all their clothes off. And they never recovered 2 of the bodies. So the only one that survived was the guide. We have a huge ponderosa pine forest. This is Stan's assigned area. He worked for 4 years in Monument Valley and got to deal with tourists every day. And that's our badge and our patch. These are rangers from, what, 67? 1967. Being a ranger, when I was there, I started in 1980 where there were 40 rangers. When I left, there were 15. So we were designed kind of based on the National Park Service for the United States. So these are some older pictures of what the rangers looked like way back then. This is what we looked like when I was there. Let's see where, I'm right there. Back then I was a sergeant. Stan is right there with that big grin on his face. So we do wildland fire. Our officers are trained to do wildland fire investigations and find out where the fires start. That's a fire that jumped a major highway. And that's what we call the black. That's a color picture that you're looking at in the aftermath of a fire. The coals underneath the ash there are red hot. And you can step into what we call a widowmaker, which means that the stump in the ground is completely nothing but coals. And if you put your foot in there, you'll go all the way up to your thigh in hot coals. So not a good way to go. We've actually had police officers drive their vehicles out here and sit out there wondering, because they had no training. And we were afraid they were going to pop all their tires and have to walk out in their high-speed tennis shoe boots. We do archaeological law enforcement. We took that guy's face out of that picture because he was too ugly to be seen. That's a pot that was seized. A guy was trying to sell that at a flea market for the cost of about $6. What a 6-pack of beer would cost. Some of these are getting overseas, and we had one Sikjaki polychrome Oya from Hopi that sold for $40,000 in Germany. We get this is our patrol areas, looking at archaeological sites. That paint on that piece of pottery has been sitting out for anywhere from 700 to 900 years. And if you can pick that up, it looks like it was painted yesterday. I guarantee you put a Coke can out there, in 6 months the label will be gone. So the scientists still don't know what kind of mineral paints he used to make that. We do rescues. This is a guy that decided he could make it across the water during a flash flood. And snow lifts. We had some pretty cool equipment back then. These are our ATVs. This one was called Operation Black Flag. And we were looking at dump sites on the reservation to look for methamphetamine production and look for the chemical bottles that were left over. That's a small snowstorm. Of course, you get those over here. We're in the desert, so we don't see a whole lot of snow. And can you guess who was working that day? This picture was taken, this guy, we couldn't even get the ATVs on the road. We had to go retreat because these guys are carrying food and water and other stuff. And they had to go in at 2 in the morning when everything froze up on the roads. Natural disasters, tornadoes, floods, looking at archaeological sites. Sometimes we sit up on the high points with binoculars and telescopes. That's part of Operation Black Flag. The guy in the foreground with his back turned, that's my handsome self there. And horseback patrol. I like to say I know just enough about horses to get myself hurt. So I tend to stay off of them if I can. Both me and Stan were firearms instructors, so we got to play with semi-automatic shotguns, and that's a picture of Stan. We did the what they call S&S transport. When there's a major catastrophe and they ship out from the government ships out all these drugs. Say if there was an anthrax attack, they'd send out Cipro to inoculate everybody. We had to arm guard all the shipments to each hospital. And we were the only department on the reservation that was certified to do that. Of course, vehicle accidents, I was a technical accident investigator. And this is what a truck looks like when it hits a cow. And I'm sure you've seen a lot of them up here that hit deer and elk. We call that guy Godzilla. We got him for free from the military, and it only had 4,000 original miles on it, and it was 6-wheel drive, so we were pulling out tow trucks that got stuck. Some more of our equipment. We had thermal vision. And here we are with the NSS, the National Speleo Society. They were mapping a cave. So that's the entrance of the cave. This is called Paiute Cave down near the Grand Canyon. That's looking up from about halfway down. So if you look at this guy, we asked him, do you know what's down there? Nothing but fear. When you get in there, some of these rocks are as big as mobile homes. And you can actually walk up to one and just move it. It's like a teeter-totter. And we had a couple of rock falls while we were in there. One of our people almost got run over by a big boulder. So it's a very dangerous place. Looking back, that thing is about as big as a football field underground. And then this is Lake Powell. That was I was the boat captain of that boat. And I hated to give up that boat. That was my boat. But that's my favorite picture. We did the Red Bull air race. We had these guys come out from Red Bull and fly aerobatics. Going through the cones is the first time they've ever flown over dry land. That's in Monument Valley. We were trained to get the pilots out of the plane if they crashed. And this is some of Stanley's equipment. Of course, he's the SWAT team, one of the SWAT team commanders. So he'd like to take pictures of all his gear. So we have the night before the Phoenix Lights. This happened to me. I was off duty. This is 1997. And this is my hometown in Loop, Arizona, near Flagstaff. As you can see, we have no threat of forest fires or brush fires because there's nothing to burn. There's one of the streets near where I live. And what we had was we had a series of lights on the horizon that were circling in a counterclockwise direction late in the evening. And these lights, they would follow the leader. One would turn color, the next one would turn the same color on down the line. The first one would fluoresce like a flare, the next one would do the same, and on and on. So we thought, man, all the press and TV stations, everybody's going to be out here the next day. Back then, you were ridiculed if you reported UFOs. So I got on the phone to Katukaheykano County. I had their non-emergency number and spoke to the dispatch. And I asked her, I says, do you have anybody on the north end of Flagstaff that can verify something for me? And they said, we don't have any officers out there. What do you need? And I just said, never mind, and hung up. So after all that, nobody ever came out because guess what happened the very next night? Phoenix Lights. And we watched these things circle us for about 40 minutes. Everybody turned off the lights to their houses. They came out onto their doorsteps and put lawn chairs out there and they watched the show. After it was all over, nobody ever went to somebody else and said, did you see what I saw? Nobody said anything. Next night, Phoenix Lights occurred and it totally eclipsed everything that happened up there. We're going to do this tag team style.
In my career of 23 years, I did numerous different investigations regarding Bigfoot. And from the beginning, John and I, we didn't volunteer, raise our hands. We weren't, trying to set out to do these kind of investigations. How this came about was there was a case where there was an elderly grandmother who had a place that was called sheep camp. So this is the high elevation areas, and in the summertime, the people will herd their sheep up into the mountains at residences up there, and it's much cooler, it's higher elevation, it's a lot greener, so they'll graze their livestock up there. So there was an elderly grandmother who was up in the sheep camp. She said she had one of these Bigfoot step over into her sheep corral, pick up one of the sheep and take off. So she called the dispatcher and reported this, and there were 2 young rookie rangers that were assigned to respond to that particular case. And they get up there, and one of these rangers he's a comedian. He's a joker. He's always making jokes and laughing and carrying on. And the grandmother overheard him, and she felt that he wasn't taking this case seriously. So she contacted the chief ranger, and she told him what had happened, and the chief convened all of our department in for a department-wide meeting. And he basically said, so from now on, when you get these kind of cases that would be deemed paranormal or supernatural, he said, to these people, this is serious. To these people, they're reaching out for help. Of all of these kind of cases, the majority of those people, whether they're 10 years old or 80 years old, they're being traumatized in some way. Usually for the first time this happens to them. So he looks over to me and John and he says, from now on, you two, pointing at us, are going to manage or supervise these kind of cases. John and I were already a part of what was called special projects. We were dealing with the high profile and specialized cases and investigations. things that would include dignitary protection. From time to time, we'd have motion pictures coming out shooting on the reservation. People like Johnny Depp with the Lone Ranger movie, or the band Metallica I did security for before, so they're shooting videos and stuff. So we were already doing that kind of protection, and also the SWAT response. There's times when there was threats of active school shootings and we'd have to respond, things like that. So over the years, John and I had developed a reputation with the chief that whenever he had a very important or a high-profile case, he could basically take that case and turn it to us. And he knew we would be professional in handling that case, and he knew we would be dedicated and get the case done and done right. So that's kind of how we got into this business of doing the paranormal cases. So in this particular image here, this is from one of the cases. An elderly grandmother had one of these things that came up by the edge of her porch, and there's thermal imaging that was used. There was hair evidence in some of these particular cases. At times they would be sent off to laboratory. In this image, this is from that same first case where one of these things traversed up a incline, a mesa at the back of this woman's house that was at almost a 45-degree angle. And so John and I, when we would have something like that, we would have to use some type of high incline ropes or rappelling equipment to traverse that. But whatever this was, went up it like it was nothing. Also, with that particular one with the flag, the strides are 5 foot? 5 foot from one stride to the next. This particular image, over on the left side, you can see the toes, and then over to the right side, you can see the heel there. And here, the darker spots there are the impressions of the foot tracks that were left in one of these cases. This is castings of some of those prints. In one of the cases I investigated, we went out with the family one night, did an investigation that was having Bigfoot activity around the house. In this particular location, it's kind of higher elevation, and it is activity around year-round. And so we go up there, and this was the first time that I witnessed what people refer to as a Bigfoot. Using night vision equipment and thermal, both types of equipment, I was able to witness this thing that people call Bigfoot. We go up the next day to look for more physical evidence, tracks, and things like that. And me and one of the other investigators are up at this location. And as we had walked down the road that we would come in on about half a mile, and then we'd turn around and start back, going up to the higher elevation. And as we did, there were rocks that would come flying up within 10 feet of us, usually about bigger than a softball, and they would land within 10 feet of us. There was about 15 that landed near us, and they were coming from what was measured was over 500 feet down below. And this particular image shows one of those rocks in the center of that image, which was about this big. It was about this wide and probably a good 6 or 7 inches thick. So it probably weighed a good 25 pounds. And you could hear this thing as it was coming up from a lower elevation to where we were at, like a cannonball coming through the trees until it hit where we're at. And there's Mr. Dwayne Ollinger. I'm going to let John talk a little bit about Dwayne.
Dwayne got a hold of us and he wanted the paranormal rangers to do an investigation. He said he had a couple of Bigfoot tracks. Now, this is the guy that owns Blind Frog Ranch that's on TV. So we said, sure. He says, can you recommend anything on how we can preserve it? Because we were about 2 weeks away from getting up there. So we told him, take a bin, plastic bin, put it upside down over the track, put some rocks on top of it, weight it down. So he said, okay. So this is the area that it was in. There had been a wildland fire through this, so there's a lot of ash. And that's the scene when we got there. He had studiously protected it with 2 plywood boards. When that rain came, it washed all the ash under the boards. And that's what it looked like. No tracks. So I'm sitting there and I'm thinking, we're going, think fast, rabbit. And we got some paintbrushes and we got some bulb syringes like you use for the babies. And we started working on this thing. And we were able to get the track out just by brushing it, because ash is lighter than the earth under it. We didn't get a lot of detail, but you could clearly see the footprint there. And then on the other side, you could also see the footprint that came out. But what's interesting about that is that the Bigfoot was heavy enough that you could see the cracks that appeared in the ground around that footprint. And again, heel to heel, 5-foot stride. I don't know about you, I can't do a 5-foot stride. If I did, I'd have to do the splits, and I can't do the splits. So, and then a lot of people ask me, what's the strangest thing that ever happened to you? So I'm going to head off that question now. Strangest thing that ever happened to me, I was up every month. I'm averaging 5,000 to 6,000 miles on my vehicle, doing patrol work and driving back and forth. My commute was 125 miles one way. And I was on call the entire time. My days were averaging 14-hour days. So I go from my house here up to a place called Katukaheykano, which is on the Hopi Reservation. And from there it's 47 miles to Katukaheykano, it's 58 miles to Tuba City. You don't speed through Hopi territory, because if you're a law enforcement officer, they will write you a ticket. So you go the speed limit, which is 65. So I just put it on cruise and I'm going at 65. As I'm driving, this is kind of what that area looks like. The sun is not up yet. It's just what they call the pre-dawn, where the horizon is starting to get light. And I looked in front of me and I saw a road like that, straight as an arrow as far as you could see. Looked in the rearview mirror, same thing behind me, up near a place called Benevito Dam. As I'm driving, I blinked. And when I opened my eyes, I was coming to a sharp turn. That sharp turn was at Coal Mine Mesa, another 15 miles up the road. Now that road goes up and down, and it goes curve, left and right, and you're going by cliffs, where if you take the wrong turn, your truck's going to go over, and that's it. So I thought, I wonder if I just zoned out. We've all done that, right? Just zone out while you're driving, and then you go, oh, I'm already here. Well, that didn't happen. My normal routine is to get to Tuba City and stop at a fast food restaurant. and I get some coffee and a breakfast sandwich, and I drive across the street up here to this area, which is where the fleet management is. And if I get my sandwich, get my coffee, park at the gate, they'll be open in about 10 minutes, and I'll be the first one in line. Because I found out that if you're coming later, your truck's going to stay there all day till they get to it. If you're there first, you get your oil change done, you're out the door again. So I learned early on to get my truck in right away. When I drove up to the gate, I looked down, I was 45 minutes early. I cannot, for the life of me, figure out where that time went. I gained over a half hour of time. And people have told me, oh, you were abducted by aliens and you were put down in the wrong time. And I'm going, I don't think so. And then somebody else even said, well, you obviously went through the event horizon of a microscopic black hole and time changed. I'm more in favor of that I might have passed through some kind of dimensional gate. And, you know, because they say that time is actually the fifth dimension or the fourth dimension, depending on whose theory you're talking about. I still have no explanation for it. I can just tell you it happened. And after that, I just felt weird the whole rest of the day, because I would have had to have been doing, you ever do those when you're in school and they say, if a vehicle travels from point A to point B, traveling this many miles an hour, yeah. So I did the calculations. I figured I had to have been doing 140 miles an hour the whole time to get there. And you can't drive that fast.
In this particular case, this was an investigation that involved an elderly Navajo man who was in and around his 80 years, and he had spent his entire career working with the railroad, Santa Fe Railroad. What had happened was there was a ranger that had received information from a grazing officer. On the Navajo Reservation, there's 110 chapters, 110 local government through and spread throughout the reservation. In those chapters, you have different people like a chapter president, you'll have people from the Navajo Nation Council, and different members. You'll also have a grazing member in there. Well, this elderly man had contacted the grazing member and had explained to him this incident that had occurred while he was home. So what he had said was that the family had gone down to Phoenix because one of the children were in college down there. So it was just him by himself at home. Where he lives, you can see in the background that the forest is decimated there because there was a wildland fire years earlier. He was at home, it was getting near midnight, and he sees lights outside. And where he lives, when you can see light when people are traveling up to the home. And he was wondering, you know, who's coming to the house this late, because it was, like I said, it was about midnight. So as the light gets brighter, he goes out on the porch, and what he witnesses is a sphere that is about 25 feet in diameter encircle his home, and it ends up going up to a forest nearby where it's just hovering above the trees, above the tree line. What he witnesses then is lights down on the ground. And he said these lights moved away from where this object was, and then they went back toward the object, and then they began moving toward his residence.
Could you explain why their faces are covered?
So in these kind of cases, which to us in law enforcement, You know, the anonymity and the protection of a person's identity is very, very critical. And the same with these paranormal kind of cases. So you'll see these two individuals on the sides of the elderly couple. These were investigators that worked for Robert Bigelow, or Bigelow Aerospace. They had come out and provided assistance as investigators on that particular case. This is the resident. The object appeared like this in his description. The only difference is that he said this particular object, it was bright like the sun, but it was shooting beams of light all over, down on the ground in the forest area. In this particular case, these solar lamps you can get at the hardware store played a big role in this particular case. So he had these lights that he got from Sam's Club, and he had them around the front of the house, and they went around to the back of the house. A lot of Navajo families still don't have running water, so they'll have outhouses. And this family, they had an outhouse, and the solar lamps lit the pathway back to the outhouse around the back side of the house. So what he describes is that there were 4 of these gray beams that came around the front of the house. He describes them, and all this is being told in Navajo language. The Navajo language is far more descriptive than the English language. And we had an actual interpreter from the magistrate courts that assisted us with two of the interviews. But what he describes is he described them as little children at first, that they came around the front of the yard. He describes them as 3.5 or 4 feet tall. They had heads that were bigger than our heads, like the size of a basketball. He describes them as having these large black eyes or some type of large black goggles. And he said each of them had some type of device in their hand where they were walking around the front of the yard and shining these beams of light on the ground like they were looking for something. Each of these had a different colored device. One had a blue one had a red one had a yellow one had a green one. And he describes them like you would a laser beam, but it was visible, and the column of the beam was about 1 inch in diameter, so it was columnated. He said they would crowd around these solar lamps down near the ground, and the solar lamp light would go out. And then when they backed off of it, the light would come back on. And then they would crowd back around it again. And he said they kept doing that back and forth because they had a really strong interest in the solar lamps. This was John, and one of the investigators, the first investigator that was initially reported to. This was some government agency personnel that assisted our program. They had all kinds of specialized equipment to be able to take like background radiation readings and things like that. This shows them wearing these Tyvek suits. Each of them, all of them wore them. Here they're out taking different types of readings around the grounds. This was a number of people that assisted in the investigation. This particular dog was a mama dog, and it had little pups. And when we first got there, it was very, very aggressive. It would be barking and pulling at the chain and snapping and like it's going to bite you. The elderly man said on this particular night when this happened, he said that dog didn't even come out of the doghouse once when those things were walking around the yard. This particular picture right here of this dog, It was the little pup that when he first went out and he seen these lights coming toward the house, this little pup ran out to where this light was coming. And when it reached the lights, it made a yelp like it had been injured or hurt. Later on, within 2 weeks, that dog had passed, and but we weren't notified about it, so we didn't conduct any type of necropsy or anything on that dog to find out what had happened to it. There were a lot of different types of ground marks and tracks and things on that particular case. This is some of Bigelow's guys taking different types of readings. One thing was, this particular individual, his elderly sister lived there where he did, within a mile. And she had these pups. There were eight of these little pups. And they were at the stage where they were just tripping over their own feet and falling around and really curious about everything. On that particular night, all of those pups ended up disappearing. There was no type of predatory damage with these little dogs. They weren't killed by bobcat or mountain lion or anything like that. They just, all of a sudden, they were gone. I'll let John start this.
So in our careers, we investigated skinwalker cases. Now, I'm going to be very clear here. We're only referring to the Navajo skinwalker, or what we call a Navajo witch. There are shapeshifters all across the United States with different tribes, but we only work with the Navajo one because that's where we live. Navajo skinwalkers can be absolutely dangerous. They can kill you. They can poison you, or they can just come upon you and slay you. They can run as fast as a vehicle. And we've had a lot of reports of people driving down the road that felt something go bang on the side of their vehicle. And here's a skinwalker running alongside them in a human form. Stan actually saw one when he was younger, before he became a law enforcement officer, and had an encounter with one running right by his vehicle. So, of course, skinwalkers are shown in Tony Hillerman's books. They're in movies, with Adam Beach, and everybody thinks that they're kind of like the Wolfman, the Hollywood version. And they have scary pictures. If you look this up on the internet, this is what you'll see. And you get the Farm Zeta type, fantasy comics that will have these creatures on there. And the reality is a little bit different. This was found up near Tienta by a power line crew. What the skinwalker does is he uses the skins of animals that he wants to turn into. And we think that they get the DNA out of the skin, and they can actually morph into something that looks like that animal. If you look up on the internet the word skinwalker, you'll see this picture. It looks otherworldly, it looks creepy. This is actually a holy person or a holy being of the Navajos. This is a Yebiche dancer. So these were sky gods that came to the Navajo to impart wisdom and tell them how to live. In the fall, they'll do Yebiche dances. There's usually 10 or 12 of these dancers. And the very last dancer is always called the clown. The clown, as he dances, he does everything wrong. He doesn't listen, He does everything backwards, he's a fool. And believe it or not, in Navajo tradition, the clown dancer represents the five-fingered people. That's you and me. We don't listen, we still have wars, we still kill people, we rob, we steal, and that's what these holy beings told us not to do. So, like I said, you'll see this picture on some of the TV shows. And I went to them and I actually told them that this is like sacrilege. That's taking one of our deities and saying this is Satan. I says, that would be like me taking this picture and saying this is Satan incarnate. And here's his demons. And that got their attention. So they kind of took that picture off of that show now. It's still seen in the background, but they don't refer to it anymore. You'll also see this picture in that same category. And this is actually a medicine man that's doing a healing ceremony for this guy sitting on the sand painting. That sand painting will be destroyed when everything's done. The skinwalkers can show up as coyotes, most of the time wolves. They can show up as a mangy dog. In one case, this is what a guy saw. It was a dog that looked like this. The hair was falling off of it. He went out and decided he's just going to end it. And he took a 2x4 and hit it as hard as he could in the head. He says that thing keeled over, its bladder opened up, and it urinated all over the place and died. So what do, guys, when we do something like that? We run in and brag to our wives, right? And we say, look what I did. And the wife says, show me. So he went back outside to show her the carcass of the dog, and it was gone. He also mentioned that when he hit it, this cloud of dust came up off this dog. He got sick soon afterwards. The hospitals couldn't determine what was wrong with him. And they ended up running all kinds of tests. He went home, and I don't know how your hospitals are over here, but our joke about Indian hospitals down there is that if you get sick and you go in and you say, I'm sick, they'll give you some aspirin and tell you if it gets worse, come back. So, it's kind of a joke unless you know what's wrong with you. So in this case, they can even show up as owls, ravens, and this is a female Navajo hogan. It's an octagonal. Its door always faces to the east. We have found hogans from the 1920s and 30s where the doors actually face to the west. And the cultural specialist would not go anywhere near this place. He said this is where witchcraft was being taught. In the case of that guy that got sick, he actually, his wife and the neighbor took him. He said he was laying in bed, he was vomiting out one side, diarrhea out the other, laying in a pool of sweat, and couldn't get up. So his wife and his neighbor carried him to the truck. They drove him almost 100 miles to see a medicine man. The medicine man said, come inside, bring him inside the hogan. They went inside. They had a little boy with them, and he refused to go in. The medicine man gave him some medicine, and he told him, if you had been another hour or two, you would have died. Later on, they asked the little boy, how come you didn't go in? This was kind of important, for you to see. And the little boy says, well, standing right there by the doorway was this black figure, and it was scary looking, and I didn't want to go anywhere near it, so I stayed away. There was no other figure there. So this is one of two cases that we verified that had happened. And the other one was a producer that was talking with me and Stan, and a coyote walked between us and the hogan from about 20 feet away and went over this little hill We ran after it and we didn't see it after that. So these things are out there. That producer got sick and he stayed sick for 1.5 years and almost killed him a couple of times. This case happened to a young woman that was working in Flagstaff. She's on her way home. This is about 1 o'clock in the morning. And up in this area here, she sees a red ball of light sitting up there. And she's thinking to herself, I wonder how come a helicopter is hovering up there. As she goes, this light starts coming down this hill and coming toward the highway where she's driving. She has to take her eyes off this red ball and navigate the curve. And as she's coming up to this curve and goes around it, that's looking back the other way toward Flagstaff, she sees this light come up alongside her vehicle. She's trying to take a picture of it, but it doesn't show up on the picture. As she's going, this ball of light turns into a white ball of light, and it follows alongside her vehicle for about a quarter mile. And as she's driving and she's looking at this thing, it suddenly speeds up and takes off across the sky. She said it went across the sky looking like a shooting star. When she got home, where she parks, she saw a rabbit sitting in front of her car. This rabbit was about 4 feet tall. And she says it sat like you would see a cat sitting, and it had black eyes. And she knows the difference between a cottontail and a jackrabbit. They all have markings that you can see what kind of rabbit it is. She says this one was speckled black and brown all over it, no markings. And its ears were sitting back at an angle. They were plastered together and back at an angle from the head. And she said it just looked weird. And she saw it in front of her where she marks, and the first thing she said was, "Oh, I'm on to you, rabbit." And she called her brother on the phone and talked to him for a few minutes and said, "I'm going to make a run for the house." She got out of her door, backed up, slammed the door, and ran around and went in the house. We were in touch with one of the STAR team members, and he told us to take magnetic readings around the car, her car. So right there, we found high magnetism on that side of the car. We followed it around to the other side and we found another place right here. It was so magnetic that from 3 feet away, the compass needle would point there. If you stepped left or right, that needle would follow. And if you drew a line between those 2 points, it went straight through the driver. So we think that the driver was being scanned. That girl ended up with a massive migraine headache the next morning. She had never had a migraine in her life. And to this day, she still has migraines. So the guy told us to pull the oil filter and they're going to send it in for analysis. This is in the MUFON Journal for the States. And it showed a high level of sodium nitrite in the oil filter. The chemists tell us that oil filters do not produce sodium nitrite, and they don't have it when they're manufactured, and the oil doesn't have it when it's cycling through. So, and sodium nitrite is basically hot dog water. So they don't know how it got in there. Shortly after that, her alternator went out. This is a new vehicle. The computers were having problems. The water pump went out. The battery died. And she ended up taking it back under the Lemon Law and getting a new vehicle. That's her car, and that's where she parks. And if you'll pay attention to this area here, you notice there's a discoloration there. As part of the investigation, we went back in the evening and photographed it with some light to show contrast. That ground is so hard with a boot, if you kick it and kick it and kick it, you might chip the ground. It's caliche clay. So it's really hard to break that ground. But you can obviously see something was sitting there that was heavy. And this is where she said that that rabbit was sitting. The next month, she sees this on the other side of the road coming toward her. And this one is almost octagonal too, or trapezoidal. And she said it was as big as a tractor, like on an 18-wheeler. That thing was as big as the engine on that thing. So it was big. Time to tag for Stanley.
In this particular case, I was contacted by one of the local law enforcement who approached me and he said, Stan, do you guys still conduct those paranormal case investigations? He said, my wife and my daughter had an experience and they're wanting to be able to talk to you if you still do that. So I went out and I met with these mother and daughter, and what they described was that they were coming back home from Gallup, New Mexico, where they had been shopping. And this is basically how the highways look out in that particular area. So as they were driving back toward home, as it started to get late in the evening, they were at the point where the yellow arrow is. And that's when the mother's driving, they had an SUV. She looks out across the range, and where the black dot is, or the blue arrow, there was an object there. So what she describes initially seeing was this row of white lights. And she described it about 100 yards long. She said as she was driving, she got the daughter's attention. And when the daughter looked up, all of a sudden this row of lights rose up over 2 stories high. And she described them as having like these little windows or these little blocks that looked kind of fiery in nature, like there was some type of glowing fire in there. And she said there was flashes going off in that particular object back toward them, like someone was taking pictures of them. As they're driving along, she describes that there was this black dome, and all of a sudden it made this really bright flash, and all of a sudden it disappeared. And when it did, she said that it disappeared and it made like a sonic boom, and it was gone. They later arrived at home, and what they described was almost like a biblical type of event. The winds hit that residence extremely hard, where it was like blowing down wooden fences and things of that nature. So.
Okay, we're going to bring Michelle up. Michelle is our latest paranormal ranger. The reason that she was recruited is that she has done research up in the Uinta Basin where Skinwalker Ranch is. She has a background as an investigative journalist, and we needed somebody a woman on our team that had some brains and that could help us investigate these things. Plus, being a journalist, she can write. And so, you know, us guys, we hate writing reports. So, but she has a wealth of background working with both Blind Frog Ranch and Skinwalker Ranch, and she's just really, really good at what she does. And we figured we're looking at the possibility of a TV series, and if it's just two guys, it's way too macho. So we thought we wanted somebody who little girls could look up to. And she has a college degree, so that's even better. 'Cause even I don't have a college degree. I did mine the hard way, worked my way up through, hard work through the ranks. So we're going to bring her up and get her set up momentarily here, and she's going to take over.
Should just work. Can you reach?
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for waiting. It's a long day to sit there and listen to all these wonderful experiences and stories. It's really interesting when you get into this space of paranormal. It wasn't something I was looking to do in my life. In fact, I was in a business partnership with Jim Morse. He's a cast member with The Secrets of Skinwalker Ranch, and we had been partners for 14 years, and so he always dragged me along doing different deals and everything, and he's a real estate investor, developer. And so he says, hey, Brandon Fugel gave me a call, and he wants us to fly out to this new ranch he purchased from a guy named Robert Bigelow. And I said, Jim, just go ahead and do it. I don't want to fly in a helicopter. I don't want to see a ranch. And I kind of had an attitude about that, in the beginning. And then it was really interesting. He went, and they were in the means of purchasing. And Jim knew land. He knew how to look at land, its value and everything. So he comes back, flies back to Salt Lake. I get a phone call from Brandon Fugel. He says, hey, I know you're in the agriculture business. I do hydroponic systems with robotics. And it took some time. That was a life after death story, which I will not go in today. It was really interesting. He says, I need to know what I can do with my ranch and in the eastern quadrant of Utah. And I said, are you talking from an agriculture point of view? And he goes, yes. So I thought I was going to be going out there and doing this project from an agricultural standpoint. Well, there's an easement issue in the docks, the land docks. It says you cannot dig on that property. And I did not know that. We did not know that. So we get a call from the NIDS team. It was the scientific team that worked with Mr. Robert Bigelow. And what was really interesting about that is mine are above ground. Hydroponics are above ground, but absolutely they wouldn't have it. So Brandon says, instead of you working on the ground, let's have you assist Jim Morse with the management of the ranch. So I said, okay. So we took a first visit with the on-site manager, and it was a really interesting first time. She was a little bit discombobbled in her brain and how things were working. And I will get into a little bit of the energy of that, why that happens. And what's really interesting about that story is when we came on the second time, because Brandon had asked us to come out 10 times a month to come and look at the ranch, experience, keep an eye on it, make sure things were functional. And he had no idea what he had, because Mr. Bigelow gave us no documentation, nothing. And all I was given was a book written by Salisbury and Junior Hicks of the Uinta Basin. and I had read through it. I got a little bored at the end because I'm like, is this stuff really true? Really? People are having these kind of experiences? So I kind of had a little bit of an attitude going into the paranormal field. But as fate would have it, I started to, and the reason why I called this the path to the paranormal crossroads, this is one of those crossroads. And then we'll get into a little bit what the paranormal rangers and I are going to be doing towards the end. This is the crossroads. This is my great-grandfather. He was a chief of the Pawnee tribe. He was also put into a simulation when reservations and everything were being formed. He went to Carlisle Indian School with Jim Thorpe. I'm proud of my grandfather, because he played football. He assimilated really well into non-native culture. And a few years ago, and I'm going to brag on him a little bit, we found out after his death, after my grandmother's death, that he had worked on the Manhattan Project. He was the clerk for Oppenheimer. And then he served out the rest of his career with the Atomic Energy Commission. And I found out with the Atomic Energy Commission, they are the homeland security of today, because anytime pilots went out and did their missions, if they saw a phenomena happen, they would throw those files and just stick to their mission. And so eventually he got access probably to the most interesting cases with the Atomic Energy Commission, and he probably saw a lot of things. I found a voice recording of my great-grandfather a couple of years ago. He descriptively had done a show with a guy on the radio show and did a sound bit for them. And it was incredible to tell, this is my life, this is what I did, and so on and so forth. But of course, he didn't get into any details, because I'm sure there was a security clearance at that point, right? And how I found this is, I don't know if anybody knows Paul Heinig. His father is very famous for the Roswell files and so on and so forth, Project Blue Book. He was the one that told me this story. And it's really interesting, through the process of coming onto this project with Skinwalker. For a long time I didn't talk about it because there was trauma there. I had, we'll get into the energy and you'll know a little bit more about that, okay? I will go on. These are the star charts. I had mentioned my ancestry. I am Skidee Pawnee. The Skidees were the only clan that were allowed to have the star charts. They kept them in safekeeping, and they're the ones, and this is an ancient star chart of the Skidee on buffalo skin, and it shows the galaxy of the Pleiades constellations. We used to plant, set our homes up to Pleiades, sort of like the North Star to us, right? So this is a rendition of that. Moving on. In the Uinta Basin, in the area, there is lots and lots of petroglyphs. There are some very interesting ones as you go and investigate. And some of these petroglyphs, they look like, I caught one in 9 Mile Canyon that looked like somebody was in a spaceship and was walking down one. I didn't have it with me. I've got so many files. In fact, I got my phone stolen, and somebody said that's probably on purpose because I had some really sensitive content. But we find things like this. This is a deity or god that's been, sometimes people can misrepresent. Oh, it looks like a guy in alien and an armor, or their costume. Could have been, we don't know. There's no interpretation. Are the star people connected to extraterrestrials, or the belief that they are our ancestors? The answer to this, according to the Pawnee way, is yes, we are the star children. We all are. Not just Native Americans, but all of us. Some of us have lost our origins of where we really came from. So I'm going to share a story. Brandon had flown in the Prince of Liechtenstein, and he was doing some things with the United States government You don't have a prince invested in coming to America and wanting to learn about extraterrestrials. Well, I sat by him for 3 days, and he had told me when the Nazi had come in and stole all of their artwork from his father, they became a very poor country. He said the Native American Constitution, our bylaws, he used those laws to write his Constitution and got the women's vote. And he said, that's the thing I love about Native Americans, they respect their women. And so with getting the vote and getting the women's and his using our Constitution, he was able to reform his country and bring back the wealth. In fact, probably the richest monarch in the UK. So I'm like, okay, so what are you doing here at this facility at Skinwalker Ranch? And he says, because I have tracked my star lineage. He had never told anybody that he had a star lineage. 400 years he had written about a star lineage, but they are also the banking family that had started from 1492. So he said, I had to clean out all the corruption, he said, and I had to begin anew. And I said, but what are you doing here? Well, I had done some investigations. He actually had funded some of the programs that the U.S. government had been putting out there. And I will not say which one because for confidence. He was starting to, on the trail of dementia. So I wanted to respect him because he had done some amazing things during his administration, and he advocated his throne to his son, I would say approximately 2006, something like that. So here he was enjoying being on the ranch and being connected, and we did talk a lot about our star connections. And he understood where I was coming from, and I understood where he was coming from. So that was kind of an anomaly to have a prince and a pauper. That's what I call it, or not, that's not, well, that's kind of like how I kind of look at that. Skinwalker Ranch was located in the Uinta Basin. It's, this is not an exact description, but it kind of gives you an idea of the terrain that this area sits in. Okay, so anomalies. The anomalies that occurred, the first thing I saw or witnessed or experienced was energy. It was an energy I had never felt before. And so the story is, when I got on the ranch, I had this swirling experience with 2 other people, like we were in a vacuum and we were going somewhere in our minds. It was like something was taking us away. They were seeing things, I was hearing things. The message I got was from the Black Buffalo Soldier, and he had told me, do not be afraid, you're going to be fine. I am the Black Buffalo Soldier. Now, where that came from was the Black Buffalo Soldiers during the 1800s, the early 1900s, were rounding up the Native Americans there, and they were a part of the Masonic order. And on the ranch, on one of the Bookless rocks, there is a Masonic sign with their insignia right there on it. They were the only black regiment that was allowed to have a Masonic order. I thought that was really interesting. And then to have the actual monument to there is a seal on one of the rocks on Skinwalker Ranch. So that's where the connection came in with, oh, okay, now that you're a Black Buffalo Soldier and you're telling me everything's okay. So there was their connection to the land. And then I was having this message coming in from a disembodied spirit. The other gentleman was our foreman, and he was having another experience himself, as was the live-on manager. So we found ourselves swirling. I could see them in this vacuum, and I was getting sicker and sicker, and my mind was going somewhere. I do not know where I was going. I just felt like I was diminishing, going out of my body. That's the feeling I had. So when the swirling stopped is when the foreman put his hand on my shoulder, and I got grounded, and I'm like, where did I go? What is this all about? Because this is my first experiential experience on the ranch. I ran out of the front door of the farmhouse and I lost it, let's just say there. And we didn't talk about the situation. We had to get back to Salt Lake, and I would not talk about it, but we all had to be with that experience. We were like, wow, that's crazy. So what would happen on sequential visits, we would see the second, we call it the second homestead. It was very old. I think it was established in the early 1900s by a family that lived there. That hill, that light, would light up and illuminate. And we caught this on camera. These were outdoor cameras. A beam would come down. I was doing an interview with one of the Ute ladies up at the tribal offices because they're just right above Skinwalker Ranch. And she said, do you know, when we do the bear dance, there's a certain song that we play that we can call in a light that projects from the clouds up and down. That light has been studied. As you guys, if any of you have watched the series, they talk about it a little bit. They send up rockets with technology and they try to get a reaction. So that's that light they're talking about. And every time we would see the hill light up like that, I knew that something was going to happen. There's a pattern to all these things. So that's what's interesting. One night, if you can see the face, I hope you guys can see her little face right there. You see that little eye right there? That's a reptilian eye. We had gone out with the manager and my business partner, Jim Morse, and on an ATV on a I think it was the week before Christmas of 2016, and we went out there. I saw the flash of the hill, of the light go off, and I go, guys, in the ATV, let's go explore. Well, something intuitively told me, look to your right. And it was pitch dark, and Jean always carried a digital camera. And she was always snapping anything, even the orbs that were dust particles, I got told. Oh, that's dust. Anyways, so what happened was she had brought her digital camera and I said, Jean, take snaps right here. I don't know why, but something's telling me you need to snap photos. Click, click, click. Her light went off, light went off, light went off, and I saw what I thought I saw was a 10-foot reptilian alien. It was coming towards us and very menacing. It was big, it had military garb on himself. And I thought, no way, no way. I go, Jean, do some more. So she snapped an additional 5 more, and we got a total of 28 pictures of the event. I said, guys, we got to get back to the ranch house. Something was guiding me. I don't know. It was spirit. I know that it was. We get back to the ranch house. We put the USB stick inside of her computer. It reflected back on her television. And then something told me, you better snap a picture with your camera. So I did, and this is the photo I got. We literally caught a photo, 28 shots of a reptilian species. And when we went to go re-look at it, we're all like sitting there going, oh my gosh, this is huge, this is huge. When we went back to the first frame, it had completely gone blank. And I had talked to some of the NIDS team, and they said, no, you can't do that with digital photography because they know how to manipulate it, and usually things like that go dark. But I had forgotten about this. So this photo I had in my camera, and I was at home and I was looking at it, and it was a full reptilian face. And over time, it morphed to her, and she's quit morphing, and this is the photo we're getting today. It is digitally doing nothing more. And I had a dream where she came to me and said, we have to wear these costumes because your Earth atmosphere is too dense and our ships have a lot of radiation. You would, as humans, would get hurt. So that's what she told me in a dream. So I'm going off the dream there. Another occasion we had a set of the scientists brought in a gentleman. As you can see here, we call him Samurai Sam. Can you kind of see, he kind of has a Japanese flair to him? Well, that's another photo that was taken by a professional photographer who was also with us on the ranch. We caught that. We saw the anomaly when this does not look like that on the ranch. It does not. This is kind of mystical looking. And I'm sorry that these photos are not as clear, but that happens with the phenomena. Okay, this was the exact same day. I saw this bush in the middle of the field. We had a few of us, people were going to certain parts of the ranch. We had military presence with us, former guards that served under the Bigelow administration. And I saw this orange bush just waving, and then I go, what is that? And the guy pointed his camera, I go, let's both take it. Let's see what that is. If you will see, it has, and I apologize, the clarity, this is like, it looks like a deer. So we did some research, and there was something anciently called a praeton. So we believe that's the closest we could get to the species. Okay, science supports the energy of the Uinta Basin. Now let me talk about the energy. The energy in the basin is seasonal. We live in kind of in a bowl-like polar bowl. So the jet stream from the atomic bombs that were set off at, Trinity, still the isotopes come through. And then we have the dinosaur quarry and the dinosaur bones that exist that emanate radiation. So when you combine all of those isotopes, and they're well and alive, they don't say 100 years, it is forever. So this jet stream will carry isotopes across the Uinta Basin. For 30 years, it has been studied that there are medical cases that we do not know where they appear from. People go from gout to cancer to gallbladder disease, brain diseases, and there's also miraculous healings that occur with that energy. So basically, you get the opposite, depending on where you are in the basin. So myself and Dr. Segala put together an anomalous phenomena study. MUBIS is an unidentified paranormal alert system. And so he created, along with me in the design, we actually now can wear a watch and detect electromagnetic fields. The thing we were studying is, does the environment influence us, or do we influence the environment? The later is what we came up with. After 4 years of study, I will not go through the slides because of time. So basically what we have done is we have participants who put these apparatuses in their home, and real-time computer systems. They can go on an internet and they type in their stories and they talk about their experiences, and we follow the trail. And usually occurrences of other things that happen after they have a phenomena event, symptoms like headaches or dizziness, or they hear things. So we had to study all that. So those findings are with us, and we still have them going on. And if anybody ever had experiences and want to participate, you're sure welcome to. You can just contact me, and I'll get a hold of Dr. Segala, but he's still doing these. We're trying to find the mitochondrial DNA epigenetic result as well. We're not a government. We're private people. We don't submit it to third parties or anything. We just want to study it for our own good. Because guess what? I got hurt while I was out on Skinwalker. High levels of radiation. I would get attacked in this neck. It was like jelly. When I went to my physician, I had some stuff they had to put me on. I had to get healed. But we also had wonderful times on the ranch. There are some really positive things that did happen, but now it's under lockdown. We have the Pentagon and analytics going on there. I don't know what they're doing. I'm just here assisting my partner who's a cast member on the ranch. And so, but I still have that connection. So when I come near the ranch, I do hear, oh good, you're back. And I have to tell the phenomena, no I'm not, thank you. You know, so maybe one day it'll become more of a positive experience for me. Let's see. Okay. Who are the extraterrestrials and their interactions with the human experiencers? It has been identified that there are, right now, I think it was Sergeant Stone. You remember Clifford Stone? He is now gone. I was good friends with Clifford. He has identified 54 species. He had talked to me about those species. He was on Area 51. He actually interacted with this species and was commissioned to work with this particular species. So it's public and you can go listen to him. He passed away about 3 years ago, and it's really interesting what I learned from him at that time. Well, I was filming in the Uinta Basin near Blind Frog Ranch. We had a fun night, and there was 18 of us. These were the indigenous filmmakers from Brazil. They were working for the Weather Channel, and they asked me to put together a segment for them. And it was for a brand new show called Uncharted Adventures, and it's got a second, and hopefully they've got a third season. It was wonderful working with them. Well, one night I told them, I go, guys, if ships show up, just start snapping your phones, your cameras, go for it. Well, this one got snapped. And I said, okay, next day, guys, and we had a fun night. It's a long story, but there was some trickster energy there. Ships showed up. It had been a cloudy day, and the clouds separated. It was a fun night. So what we caught the next day is I told one of the young men, and they were a little traumatized because they didn't know what to expect. Some of them were saying, hey, they contacted me, they were talking to me while I was sleeping. You know, you got that kind of stories. And I said, it's going to be okay, you're going to be fine. It was your experience. So one of us, I took my finger to one of the photos it was the one, you see the airships that you guys take and they're just tiny? I told him, take your finger and blow it up. And we got the face of a lion. That was an airship. That was an airship. Interesting. When I presented, somebody came up to me, you know, there's a book written about this species. I went, oh, wow, that would be nice to read. And I've not seen it since. Now, I caught this one. You can see, there's a little guy in there. It took the post policeman, or my partner's nephew, to show. I had it flipped to the side, and it looked like a little fat guy in there, you know. But he goes, no, Michelle, if you flip it, there it is. So the whole thing, if you can see that little guy right there. When I presented at the mega conference there in Vernal, people were astonished, and to the fact that I had a guy, an analyst, okay, oops, sorry, that's a Bigfoot right there. An analyst took this picture and used some technology. As you can see, there's that interdimensional state, and he started to dissect the energy, but I haven't heard from him or seen any photos, but they're starting to like unlayer it and stuff. So that's the newest one. I think they were going to do a show, and they're saving some of the stuff for the show. Okay, so I was up at Dwayne Ollinger's ranch in the Uinta Basin. Like you said, Jonathan and Stan, we did that investigation in New Mexico, the other ranch that he has on the big footprint. Well, this one, a bunch of us had gone up, and you know, like photos are, or they are, as you capture the phenomena. We went up there and I saw my first Bigfoot with my natural eye. And that was the day we went up with the group. gentleman who called that Bigfoot in, he says, I want you to see, and he named her Luna. And I would love for you to sit down with Luna and her family because she's requesting it of you. Well, you know, you're going, wow, I've never been invited to a family of Bigfoots, but being here this weekend with you guys and just your comfortable nature with the Bigfoot, Sasquatch, and Judy's accounts, we have talked for hours and on the phone. I have gotten feeling like you guys call them family and friends and everything. It just makes me warm in my heart to know that I don't need to be scared of the phenomena. And we'll get into that a little bit more. Here's another rendition. I don't know if you guys can see this really clear, but there he is. And then right here, I asked the question to somebody, I said, you know, every time a picture's taken of a Bigfoot, there seems to be a face. There's a face right here. I don't know what that's for. Maybe there's a reason. Sorry, it's so grainy. I tried to clean it up, but that was what we caught that day. You know, Native Americans have always looked to the skies. We have always been a part of our traditions. We have always looked, we have gods, and our creation story tells us a lot of where we come from through the cosmos. And I am proud to be a Native American. Once again, I did not ask to be a part of the paranormal world. It was given to me as a gift. It took a while for me to embrace because I got hurt. It emotionally, mentally, and psychologically, I would say, put me through the ringer. But maybe I had to do that to know the good from the bad. You know what I'm saying there? So, come on. So this is me, Stan, and Jonathan, and here we are in New Mexico over the Christmas. And it was an honor to be asked to be a paranormal ranger. They have been doing this for 10 years. They have put themselves out into the media for 10 years talking about their stories. And do you know that it is not well received with our own, because they feel like we're giving away secrets or something, traditions, but that's not the case. Each of us who are experiencers, I get that you guys have experience, you wouldn't be here. And so one of the things is we are going to investigate and give positive feedback and not teach people to be afraid, because a lot of the media is putting things out there so if you are in a fear-based position. And learning about your talk today and Judy and Mike's talk today about don't fear the phenomena. It's been a part of us and it will always be a part of us in our history. Moving forward to the future, we have developed a Native American Paranormal Crossroads podcast with us, Paranormal Rangers, on Wednesdays at 12 noon. We have an open platform. We don't script, we just discuss. And yes, we come up with subject matters, but we don't have a scripted, we just tell of our experiences with the phenomena. And I am so grateful that you guys were here today. I want to thank Judy. I want to thank everybody who spoke today. It has been a wonderful day. And you guys know what you're doing out there. Keep looking to the skies and walk in beauty. Thank you.
Wow. We didn't get them in.
No.
Okay. Yeah, we could have pushed the mic over here, but it was over on the side, but that's okay. Wow. Can we give another applause to the Paranormal Rangers, please? For your presentation. got back on track, okay? We got back on track, so that was really nice. I want to thank everyone here that came out today, and the ones that are watching online. I think we have about almost 300 views so far. So that's really great for the live day today. So I want to thank all the watchers, the viewers that joined us today, and everyone that joined us. So we're going to do a last draw for the dream catcher here. So if we can get the tickets. So don't forget, we have some a paper out there in the back there on the side. If you have any questions, because tomorrow is going to be like a panel where we're going to bring those questions forward, and then I'll read each question, and for whoever it was, just mark you down your question if you can't make it tomorrow, and then we'll get them answered tomorrow, okay? But that's one of the things that we have those questions. The panel tomorrow. Okay, let's do this draw. I'm gonna get someone else. Mike, where's Mike? Did he leave? Oh, there he is. Come on up here and do this draw for us. So get online so people can see it. So Mike Patterson will draw the winning ticket. These guys have your tickets. Okay, that's fine. 352. Diane! Right on.
It's rigged because we're cousins.
Yeah, my long lost cousin.
This is awesome.
Yeah, that's carnelian. It's carnelian and those quartz. Yeah, and velvet. So I want to thank all the vendors that came out today, and let's give a round of applause to the fire keepers, Johnny Moore and his helpers. They kept fire all day today and for our conference ceremony. And yes, so that's it for today. So thank you again. The vendors, thank you for coming out again. I know it was raining this morning and we all got lost our way and made our own turns and stuff like that, but continue great. Yeah, thank you. Okay, we're going to end this. So we're going to end this live video. So thank you for all the viewers and thank you for watching. Joining us, I should say.